You can't hear it on YouTube, but we're bopping to some Incubus right now. Sorry about that. You got to get good. Love Incubus. Very emotional band. Plenty of things to say. Clora's getting his tech bra look on because of the polo. Man, y'all got low standards for dressing up. Maybe it's because I fuck up so much and wear slop. What's going on? How y'all doing today? More car. Anybody disturbed by this? Am I the only one? This guy's name is Lucas Bonheur. Does anybody remember Senseless? The video I made like 3 years ago? The main character's name was Lucas Bonheur, except it was French. Bro, that's crazy. It's like I'm about to like look it up real quick because it's blowing my mind. I'm 99% sure it was Lucas Bonheur in French. It was like, you know,
request accepted.
Like Luke, good wishes. Hey, what up, Marky? Hey, yo. I didn't even sip my coffee yet, G. Marky's bringing an entire horde of people in here. Hey, what up, dude? Thank you. I don't know if he actually chats afterwards, but I hope you're well, bro. Dragon Ray. Yeah. What's up, y'all? I'm not high enough energy for this at all. I'll try, though. Friday, they don't know we're getting to. Well, we have some Eve stuff first. We'll ease into politics. But yeah, it is Anything Goes Friday. It's a dangerous day to raid me. I'll try not to screw over my boy Marquis here. Group remains check in. So I made this video a long time ago called Senseless, right? And it was like a narrative. But the character's name is Lucas Bonheur. I swear to God. Check this out. You're not going to believe it. Look at his name. Look. Literally the name from my narrative I wrote 3 years ago. I know, maybe Lucas Bonheur is not the craziest name, but it's just fucking... I thought this was like a fan. Like a super fan who like knew my old unlisted work that I have hidden out because it's so bad. People hated this video because of the way I did the prologue, and it's pretty bad, admittedly. Yeah, it's a real name. This video was funny. I had fun with it. Hello, how are you? What's going on? Let me say hi to my YouTube channel. I don't know if you can see the... I'm scrolling up here. Do you see something about me joining? Do you see this? It goes on for like hours. Look. I wonder what Cloro was doing. I don't fucking know, man. Don't worry about me. Ingenic was here before I was even here somehow. Dude just camps out in my chat. He's in here playing Sudoku with other chatters when I'm offline and shit. What's up, dude? It is a pleasure to see you. Welcome, first chatter. Big Haas is in the house. Young Parody is here. That day again. True, yeah. The Fridays have been getting more chill. I mean, today is a little bit of, you know, victory lap when we get to it, but we also are going to talk about the game we're making. We're going to talk about a little bit about Eve and politics. So not just politics today. Dan Gravy says he's alive. Sorry, my dear friends, fans, family, everybody else, Fados. My graphics card overheated yesterday in the middle of streaming. I guess it was like 5 hours in, no big deal. But like I got like a terminal TTY output. And I thought someone was like hacking me. I'm like, oh God, this is it. It's all over. I've been hacked. But then I read the logs in Journal CTL later, and it was like, yeah, your graphics card is overheating currently, sir. Which is not abnormal, actually. Not used to seeing that on stream, but Shout out to Terramin. Boom Shroom. What's up, dude? Boom Shroom is a straight edge guy. He gets by just he gets high on reading books, right? We respect that about him. Burnout's here. I'm requesting lurking on a Friday. Oh no. Well, you know, I'd like to imagine you could enjoy the Fridays as a lurker. I think lurking is a good spot on a Friday. Morcar says I spent $5.5 million in taxpayer money on a new sauna facility for an AFB. I don't know what an AFB is, but that's awesome. So you can just ball out and spend taxpayer money like that. Why don't you buy yourself some Plexus tree on taxpayer dime? Chameleon tricked my first VFR yesterday. What a rush. Chameleon tricked. Good for you. Out here just getting the gas. Greg wants to know what happened yesterday. I'm so sorry about that. Using the cat battery to power the PC or the kettle. Yeah, it was funny. I'm like, oh, fuck my power. But no, it wasn't power. It was something I didn't. I thought I was hacked for like a half an hour. And I was like, oh, let me go read the logs. I've been hacked. Air Force Base. There you go. You gotta pamper the troops. You know what I'm saying? Gravy says it's because you're too hot to handle. Mamma mia. So Ngenic showed this thing called Cross Macro. I'm looking at the GUI for it. It looks pretty slick. So here's the only thing. So I think that you have a good take on this. You know there's options and they're limited, blah, blah, blah. But what are you using this for? Because I feel like there's no need for this on Linux for anything you do. But maybe I'm just bugging. And if you're not having this conversation right now, don't get me wrong. We can skip it. But like, I wonder if you can just do what you're doing a more direct way. Anyway, I digress. Wingy, what's up, dude? Yeah, little Incubus. The song Dig, too. I fuck with the song Dig really hard. But Drive is a good one. Hope you're doing well, Wingy. Happy weekend. Happy weekend. Soul is here. Hello. Doofenshmirtz. What's poppin'? The sick art cooked the GPU. I want to say maybe it was like Godot related. I have no idea what that actually was. If it happens again, I'll turn it back on today. Fresh stream. Yeah, we super fresh today, baby. What's up, Gonlink? What's up, Shadows? And how's everybody doing today? Swedish Bikini Team is here. Swedish Bikini Team. Today on a Friday, we talk about all types of politics. And I don't know if you've ever been here for this, my friend. But you know, friendly warning. You know, there's nothing held back today. So if you feel strongly about politics, to anybody listening, you may want to get the fuck up out of here. Debugging my desktop, it's not posting. It seems it's a drive issue. Interesting. You could try, I learned this a couple years ago. You could try taking the platters, the hardware, and just putting it in like a pool of acid and dissolving it all. And then just jumping in there as well. I mean, you won't have any issues anymore, technically. But you won't have any data either. It is an option, though. Just don't hurt yourself. Emmy Winkle is here. Sorry I'm late to stream. Emmy Winkle. This is an OG chatter. Emmy Winkle, you're actually... I reference you without naming you every once in a while. You know why? You're not going to like it. I reference it as somebody in a marginalized group that can still be annoying as fuck and cop a ban. But you're also like 12 years old, so I imagine hopefully by now you've matured a bit. Good to see you, Emmy. Hope you're well. What's with the Trump slug? Yeah, my girlfriend said it looked like Trump too. It was supposed to be a Fado, and then I put the mouth on it, and now it looks like Trump apparently. The collar shirt's too fun. Is it really? I'm sorry, chat. You want me to pop the collar? Would that make this look hokey dokey? Brandon Boyd. Oh. Brandon Boyd, yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I'm not even into men, and I can tell a handsome dude when I see one. A good-looking guy. It's the voice, I think, that does it, right? Thank you for the raid, Marquis. Appreciate you. I think Marquis does raid and runs. He streams all the time. If you don't know who he is, he does a thing on the internet, and I have a code for his thing on the internet. People buy from his thing on the internet to get stuff on the internet for this game, and they use my code, which means that I get 5% of whatever people spend on it. It's really ridiculous. I don't even know why, you know, any of it is the way it is, but you know, thanks, Marquis, for the free money. I appreciate you. Shots, what's up? Tankers here, Kichi Copters here. What's going on? Zedekiz, welcome back. Shosindar, hello. No tech support, welcome back. John Travolta, what's going on? Join still. I listened to you yesterday on the way home from work. Every time you say group, I envision a Goliath group about to eat a capsule. What's up, folks? What's up? I hope everybody's well. The whale is here. He's got to push them pixels. Yeah, no doubt. I do it passively, right? He sends me messages about like sales and stuff, and I almost never relay them. But the idea is, you know, I suppose I'm helping his ecosystem. I don't know. The graphics card yearns for beer cooling. Beer. What gets harder, the kettle, the GPU? The GPU, for sure. Boomshroom says, Fridays force you to engage and argue with idiots, from what I've found. That is one way to put it. Anyone remember the website is down? Short videos, fake virus attack? Nah. I remember Flash games and you are an idiot. Ha 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 ha. And the hamster dance and shit. Diddle-doo, diddle-doo-doo. You know what I'm saying? I remember it all. Nginx says Unity editor on Linux can't tab to the next input field, so I have to move the mouse to the next and click. The Unity editor on Linux can't tab to the next input field? Hey, yo, what the fuck? What are they doing? Tabbing is not advanced tech. D-Girls here says, afternoon, y'all. What's up? How you doing? Stream mama. What's poppin'? Harrow says, ban me, daddy. I refuse. Your politics are too based. It's the hair. Emmy says, glad I left a lasting impression. I mean, you know, I like to imagine you're more than just that. You look like you're ready to start a code review on a Zoom call. Fuck me. Uh-oh. What's up, Rob? Capitalism on a Friday? You know, it is the system from whence I come. Soapy, what's up? Got Godot installed last night. Ain't no way you install Godot. Yeah, you want to see something cool? So this right here, you see this like little sprite editor, right? This entire program was made in Godot. Neat. Neat. It's not just for games. Did someone mention Homestar Runner? What's the deal with fighters? The pirate resonates with me because I am a pirate. Oh, this. Yeah, okay, this is brand new. Oh, sorry, yeah, I haven't explained any of this. So 2 days ago, I was on stream and I was trying to like, I don't know, I was trying to find some way to do some stupid giveaway. And all like the options are like whack, like marbles and stuff. It's all like chance based or like stupid web apps. So I figured let's just make our own game so that we can do giveaways, right? And so this was the concept art. We put together some game design, and at this point, the game is pretty much humming along at this point. I have 2 classes that, I mean, I guess we could just play right now, technically, if you guys want to play. I have 2 classes only that work. We only have ships and slugs, so you'd have to like join as a ship or join as a slug if you want to play. But the other ones, I don't even know if they'll spawn. It'll probably break, but let's try it. Oh wait, I need to make the lobby longer. Hold on. Let me make the lobby longer. It's only 10 seconds. Yeah, let's make it 60 seconds. Here we go. All right, let's try this again. So I have like a little registry here showing you what you are. So I don't think it's going to work for pirates and chairs and shit, but it might. They don't have any AI. They don't have any moves. I don't think they might actually spawn and move. I don't know. I've only tested the slugs and the ships. So the ships, they shoot a bullet out like in random directions every like second or two. And the slug leaves behind like a trail of like AIDS right now. You'll see. You'll see. I did do some coding yesterday, obviously. I drew some sprites. I'm gonna have my girlfriend make some good ones. The pirate should be deploy tactical assault polys. Yeah, no, he will actually. So he has 2 attacks. One involves a parrot. The other one involves digitally pirating things remotely and doing psychic damage to capitalists. All right, so here we are. Here we are. So, okay, so you guys are on the board. You just don't have any attacks. The pirates and the ships and the chairs have no attacks. All right, so you can clearly see that the ships are going buck wild, but look at the slugs. Look at the Phaedos. They're leaving trails of AIDS behind them. Look. You see those little things? They grow and you run into them and do mad damage. You see the trail of AIDS? All right. So, if you're in a group or a chair or a pirate, you're pretty much just soaking bullets for everybody else. It's really coming down to the ships and the slugs here, folks. Oh god, look at Parody. Parody just face checking the fucking AIDS. Wait, why does this pirate have 5,000 health? Wait, the pirates have way too much health. Oh my god, no. Oh, they're healing. Oh my god, they're healing. Oh, every time they take damage, the pirate and the groupers are healing. Okay, this is fucked. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, well, everybody lost except the... Alright, well, let's just... Why are they healing? The balance is perfect. 15,000 HP chair. I haven't really tested this yet. Dude. Oh, the ships are terrible. So anyway, we have some balancing to do, obviously. And it's some more moves to make. The pirate, the chair, and the groupers apparently do nothing but just heal infinitely at this point. I'm not sure what language led to that. Hey, what's up, Scarian? How's Wormhole Life? It's good. It's good. You caught me on like a non-Eve day a little bit. We'll touch on a little bit of Eve. I'm just looking at this game I made. I'm just waiting for the slugs to die, but they have to run into each other because they don't trigger their own AIDS, right? Let's actually do a battle royale here real quick. Let's actually do this, but I'm gonna disable the ones that are broken, right? Let's just do this. Yeah. That way you're forced to be one of these two. That way we can have a little battle. Grouper already getting nerfed. No, we haven't even built the other characters yet. Hold on. We don't even have styles or items or anything. All right, let's re-register. I'm a slug. I'm a slug boy, so I have no choice but to be a slug. It's a Phaedo. I just don't want to do copyright infringement. Look, nobody's going ship. Rob went ship. You know what's funny is like the ships are not bad. I was testing this. They're not bad. I think the other things were absorbing all the shots from the ships. Oh my god, they're off the lobby screen already. Holy shit. All right, the winner of this round gets 10 mil. That's right, 10 million ISK in game. You know what? Let's make it 11 million. Actually, fuck the money. Let's just go right for the jugular. Let's give a Fado to the winner. We're going to give a Fado to the winner. Here we go. Good luck. I hope I win. All right, here I am over here. Look. I'm going directly for Emmy Winkles. That's wild. Dude. Why do I have to, like, immediately tank this shit? No! So bro, what is wrong with my character? All right, the ship, by the way, the people in the ships are getting absolutely mauled. I think they have no chance. When there's this quantity of slugs, anybody that moves as fast as a ship has no hope. You can't contain a Fado to be able to give it away. Chaser behavior. 80% of my chat is trans. What can I tell you? All right, well, we're still going here. The ships shit the bed. They need some balance change. I think it's the quantity of slugs. When it's just 1v1, the ship owns it. You replicated the faction warfare experience. Well, this might take a while. I didn't think about a slug endgame. This is something Magnus Carlsen would excel at. Oh my god, I'm still alive. I didn't even notice. I'm still fucking up there. Dude, I have a real chance of winning a Fado from myself. Look at Parody. Oh, Parody's dead. He's running into my aids. Look. See ya, bud. Dude, I'm literally gonna win this. It's me, Soapy, and Big Haas. And I'm literally off in fucking Narnia. Alright, this could take a while. Yo, I had not thought of this. That's so fucking funny. I didn't think about a slug endgame when I was doing. Oh, Soapy is like on a beeline to kill himself on my huge pile of AIDS. Am I gonna go up? Am I gonna go up? Go up, Chloro. Go up, up, or straight down. I went straight down. Dude, it's sudden death. We both have 10 health. These things do like 20 damage. Oh, fuck. We're both meeting in the bottom corner. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's happening. This is like the DVD game in The Office. It is. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead. Cool, Haas. Cool, very balanced game here, bud. God damn it! I was so close! Alright. Can we bet on this on Polymarket? Honestly, probably. Polymarket is that fucked up. Alright. Big Haas gets a Fado. The first ever win on Chloro Battle Royale goes to the boy. I can't believe it. I was so close to winning my own first round. I wanted that. I don't give a shit about you guys. This is why people watch my stream, apparently. Alright, Big Haas. Well done. You get a Fado. Every time I hand out a Fado, by the way, I have to hand one to Patrick. It's just the law. I'm not allowed to give out Fados without paying tithe to him. I'm not even sure if he's still around, but I hope he is. I stopped doing the sweet PvP. It's not as fun. Anyway, thank you for that. That was amazing. Poor ships. Shitting the fucking bed. Like funky bombs from that old tank game. Yeah, so let's look at how this game actually works now that you've seen it, right? Remember we talked about the logic yesterday? The main the main object is just going to create a child, and that's going to determine the board, right? We have some board switching logic here. Very easy to read, right? But during the lobby, we have to like connect the Twitch chat and scrape it. But once we get past the lobby, we don't have to scrape Twitch chat anymore. Not yet. Well, if we get to items, we will later. But we can register pawns. After 60 seconds, we move on to the early game. You can see here I have the pawn list kind of broken down here. It's actually it's a class. It's a list of class. It's an array of classes, I guess. Yeah, so I've created a class here called a pawn, and this is basically going to just be the data type we use to pass through the scenes. So once we register in the lobby here, based on what they type, we can then just pass it as a pawn class to the other room. It's very easy. So as we get to the early game, we build the early game room from that list of pawns. Bang, 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 bang. We make them all. We instantiate them. And then we put them at a randomized position around the middle based on trigonometry. Or this isn't even trigonometry, actually. This is just a shorthand function. And so once they're there, right, the pawns themselves have just a little bit of logic. What they do is they pick a random spot along that circle as well. And then they just move towards it. And once they reach it, they pick another random circle. So they're bouncing around like the DVD logo, literally. Right now, there's no actual logic. They have a little bit of labeling here. They have the username and the health over them. And then what they're doing is they're actually checking to see if they're getting hit by something. They don't trigger each other. You can walk right through each other. But any object that wasn't created by the pawn itself is checked for. And then it's basically saying, like, if it's not from the user, it's doing a little damage calculation here. And this is interesting. You can finally start to see a little bit of the game balance in here. You can see that we're taking the base hit, which is the enemy damage, and then we're mitigating it by just the def as a percent, and then delivering a real hit, right? And if you look at, where is it? Yeah, so let's just go to like the ship scene on the right here. You can see the ship has 150 health, does 15 damage, has 10% defense, and has 50 speed or 0.5 speed, right? So this would mean 10% defense. It removes 10% from all incoming damage, and this is just a fixed speed. Whereas the slug has a lot of health. It has twice the defense, though. It does 10 damage, but it's things that it drops behind it kind of stack up, so it's not just totally... This kind of punishes mobile units, is kind of the point of the slug, but it's slow. Ship's basically I mean, yeah, we can change anything. The balance is irrelevant to me. We can change anything at any time. I'm just showing you proof of concept like I did yesterday. Yesterday, we basically had you connect to the screen, and now we have you actually, you know, making a choice and winning the game. Make the ship bounce away when it gets hurt? Yeah, no doubt. Right now, we have a standardized behavioral AI for all of them, and I'll just give them all a move, and then we'll slowly... here, let me pull open the design, because people are just joining me today. We have actually some design here, right? So we want to give each hero, each pawn, like 2 styles, right? So maybe an evasive style. And all of these imply better pathfinding AI than we currently have. Right now, we're just DVD bouncing as a placeholder, right? Ideally, in the future, you'd have a melee guy seek out the closest and a ranged guy get distance from the closest. You can see this is starting to take light. We're now up to... We kind of just skip this section here. We skip the items section, and then we have no scoreboard either. So technically, this is what the game currently looks like. We're going to have an item phase, which adds another element of skill to it beyond just picking. And that's during the second phase, after half the people die, everybody will get to use an item, whether it's healing or buffing one of your stats. And this will add some element of skill to make it less just easily altable and bottable. And that is sort of it. So I guess we could look real fast at the moves, right? So the ship attack is just a simple object that we give a speed, and we're kind of creating a random direction and setting it there. All of the attacks are from a base that have damage and a username associated with it. So this is just inheritance, right? So this is a base attack, and then the ship attack would extend that. Although it's not actually extended here for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why. It should be like extends that, but It's okay. We'll get to it. Ship explode on death. I love it. I was thinking about having the ship bomb, but I want to keep it really simple. But the ship would basically every... if you look at ship attack and you go to... Or if you go to ship, actually, because the ship's the one that shoots, and you look at the attack timer, this is set to half a second, right? So it's shooting twice a second, pretty fast. It's just random direction, so barely ever hits. And then finally, the last thing I'll show you here, and then we can go back to talking, was the slug itself. Its attack timer is 5 seconds, right? And what it does is it just creates one of those blobs on itself, and then that blob, the blob slowly gets bigger. You can see every frame, every, well, delta, it should actually be probably including delta. It just basically increases its size just a little bit over time. And that's how they get bigger and bigger and bigger. Crucially, these take 30 seconds to disappear, but they drop one every 5 seconds. Make the slugs merge when they touch each other. You guys have the best ideas. Anyway, this is where we're at right now. Somebody was asking about the concept art, so I felt obliged to explain what the fudge we're doing here. It's all just for giveaways on the stream, but we're just having fun coding it, I guess. A lot of people here are interested in game development or don't know that they can do it. And part of whenever I show stuff off like Linux or, you know, a program, like, yeah, it comes down a lot to like, it's enjoyable to have people realize they can do it too. What up, Endeavor? How you doing? Hey, Jay, what's going on? Let me see who else is here. Turn left. Hey, welcome. Do I have 13k HP? Yeah, fucking insane. Scarian, welcome to the stream. You do some program? Yeah, super fun hobby, for sure. Very rewarding hobby.
Autopilot jumping.
What's up, Cypher? Ali Smudge coming in here, gifting all of the subs. That's young Renoir, right? Aw, I don't even do PvP anymore and you still come by. You're so sweet. Thank you, Renoir. Thank you very much. I don't know if you all heard, but whenever they make me do a hype train, I just start banning people randomly, so be careful. Ali has primed up the ban cannon. What I would like to do today is obviously talk about the world around me. Yo, I summoned Patrick with a Fado. Hey, yo, that's so sick. I gave a viewer a Fado. I'm like, I gotta give Patrick a Fado at the same time. What's up, buddy? Hope you have an awesome weekend. You guys want to play one more round? Should we buff the ship and play one more round or no? You guys want to buff the ship and play one more round? Or no? Is that... Yeah, let's do it. Hold on. How are we going to buff the ship? Should we buff the damage or the tankiness on the ship? Bring back the Gerber. It doesn't have an attack yet. I got to add one. Increase defense on the ship. So here... so hold on. So here's the ship. Here's the stats. 150 HP, 15 damage, 10% defense, and 0.5 speed. Ali, I'm really well, thank you very much. I'm just chilling, enjoying life. Today's anything goes, so we just do whatever the fuck comes to mind. A little bit of E, a little bit of that, a little bit of politics even. Sig tanking. Balancing like they balance E, put random numbers in there. Good man. Maybe we should slow it down just a smidge, and then... Maybe we should just... I mean, it's a ship. Maybe it should also have a lot of health. I don't know about increasing the defense, though. Maybe a ship should have a lot of defense. I don't know how a slug could have more defense than a ship. Oh shit, my chat is doing patch notes. They're like, dude, 50% HP and 2% less damage? Alright, 200, let's do this. 2% less damage. Nah, fuck it. Let's just give him the full damage. We want to give him 50 extra HP because they got slaughtered last time. Also, should I decrease their speed or no? Move speed affects damage reduction. I mean, against slugs, yeah, it's really good. Like, having lower speed is good against slugs. Being ranged and having lower speed or staying away is good. You just end up eating more. All right, I'm gonna knock the speed down by 0.1, and I'm gonna increase the HP by 200%. That's our balance patch, folks. All right, we're going back in. Patrick, I don't know if you're here. Get ready. We're going back in. This is for another Fado. If you win the round, you get a Fado, and we just buffed ships. So good luck. I'm gonna try a ship. Why not? One dude's gonna go slug and just win everybody. Yeah. Gen X has fixed the slug. This is gonna be insane. This is gonna be insane. Oh my god. Maybe I know how my graphics card overheated. This is for a Fado. We were gonna give ISK out, but you know, we figured we'd give something actually significant. We got meta chasers in the game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I guess I gotta add some sound effects, right? There it is. Oh, we're banning people too.
This is hilarious.
I love it. This is the best day ever. All right, here we go. Good luck. Where am I? All right, I'm up here. Yo, stop hitting me. Dude, this shots guy hit me like 4 times in a row. Oh my god. Oh my god. The slugs are getting salted. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. It's hard to say who's going to win this. Dude, P9 has way too much health. Yo, somebody get on this slug. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. This is bad. If y'all don't start sniping that slug. Oh, shit. No. No. Dude, it was like a fucking 3-to-1 ship to slug ratio. Gonelli's dead. Gonelli's dead. See ya, bud. Nice knowing you, man. The slug won! What the fuck? Yo, we gotta nerf the slug, dude. How the fuck did the slug win? Oh my god! This is the best. Alright, calm down. Oh my god. P9, that's bag filled. Wait, I don't know how to spell his name. Hey, what up, FG? How you doing? By the way, we have a hype train right now, which means I'm about to ban people. No more subs, no more subs. I don't want to ban too many people. Yo, P9, how do you spell your name in game? I can't find dude. It's like bag filled, bag fid. Bag fid. Is this it? Right? Yeah, this right here. Yeah, I got him. I figured it out. All right. We got a Fado for you. We got another Fado for Patrick. All right. So, do we think the slug needs a nerf or no? Why ban subs? That's a good question. That's a really good question. So basically how this works is if, you know, my chat, if they dare disturb my stream rhythm by invoking a hype train, okay, number 1, messed up. Number 2, they gotta pay. So instead of incentivizing them to keep them going, I'm going to dissuade them from doing it. And it's not reverse psychology. I am going to ban people. I am. It just so happens that for some strange reason, people love getting banned. I don't know why. They love that shit. You think I'm playing? Just wait. FG coming in here, dropping bombs. We banned him from subbing past 300. He's like, yeah, well, you know.
Autopilot disabled.
Go fuck yourself.
Waypoint reached.
Thank you, FG. Thank you, Hayes. The gifted don't get banned. Oh, no. They get banned. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you gift subs, you are not immune to the ban hammer. We're going to have no talking for the next 2 hours. Just wait. Just wait. The whole thing is rigged. It's sadism. Ban me, daddy. I love you, bro. I love you too, dude. Thank you, FG, he says. What's up, Bible? Banhammer Hurts, don't recommend. If you need a comedy break, check your local Discord channel. Okay, what is it? What would you do? I can't watch a vertical video. Device, if I watch a vertical video, I just, you know how in The Wizard of Oz, if the witch touches water, she just fucking melts? That is exactly what happens to me when I watch a vertical video. I almost did it one time. I lost a toe because of that shit. It fucking liquefied instantly. All right? You got to be careful. I'm a fucking old man. But thank you. I love you. If you're speaking in chat, there's a possibility that you'll ban. I mean, maybe. It's almost like he knows how this works. Hello, everybody. If I did not say hello to you, I do apologize. It's because Marquis Dragon raided me with 850,000 angry Americans. Just kidding. Just kidding. They weren't angry. What's up, Jedi? Good to see everybody. After the hype train here, I'm going to do one more round of battle today. And then every time we stream, I'll just do more balancing and adding of moves. Thoughts on the upcoming Artemis mission? I don't know what that is. What's that? Oh, IRL. I thought you meant an Eve. I don't have any thoughts. I don't know shit about astronomy. What are your thoughts on it, Emmy? Nomading in C4 with the C1 static has been on a thought. Interesting. How come? You get like relics and like uncontested perimeter gas? So anyway, so here's how this is going to work. I'm going to do a very small giveaway right now because you guys are so generous and you give me all these subs. I'm just going to give a little baby itty bitty giveaway. I'm just going to enter it myself. There we go. If you type !! giveaway right now, I will give one random lucky winner. What do people love? I'll give one random lucky viewer a skill injector, a large skill injector, but you have to type ! giveaway or you won't be entered. That's right. That's right. You heard it here first. Jenny says ban me? What? Excuse me? I love paying taxes. All right, so it's ! giveaway, and you can win a large skill injector, no strings attached. I'll pick anybody. If it picks me or one of my bots, then we'll re-roll it. If it picks FG, we'll skip him. Just kidding. Large skill injector. I mean, come on, folks. Come on. They hit me with a level 5 hype train when I'm over here cheesing around in code, right? I got to give something out. Don't tell them. Don't tell them, chat. Don't tell them. Shadows End type giveaway on YouTube. I love that. You got to come on Twitch, bro. I'm sorry. So you don't get music or ads, I guess, on YouTube. You also don't get most of the giveaways because God hates you. The Banhammer's coming. Do we have a Bopamo? We do, right? I've seen it.
Autopilot.
Where's the ban
jumping.
emote? There it is. It's like the fucking second one. Thanks, FG. Black Slime coming to the prime too.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Yes. Yes. All right, we copped one more at the end. Oh, sorry. One more. Sorry. Yes, skill injector. Yeah. So last call, ! giveaway if you'd like to win it. We're gonna be drawing this in 10 seconds. If you have not typed ! giveaway, you have no chance at winning. I'm sorry. Them's the rules. I make them. Good luck. 5, 4. It's Fedover. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I misclicked. It's Wallace! Hey, yo, it's my boy Wallace. Yo, you just want a skill injector, man. Let me just send it to my alt real quick. I mean, Wallace. Yo, what's her name, Wallace? In game. Reek, I'm sorry, bro. There was no chance you're going to win anyway. I'm sorry. I don't want to ruin your day, but no shot. No shot. Theo Eto, yeah, you got it. How about that, man? Little skill injector for a chatter? I mean, shit, we ain't gonna say no to that. Yo, congrats. Thanks for entering. Now, who the fuck wants to get banned, baby? If you're trying to get banned, say something in chat, because heads are about to start fucking rolling here. Hold up. Who's first? Who's trying to FAFO? We FAFOing, we Darvoing, we scuba diving, we doing it all. Who's my first victim? Oh, you thought this was optional? It's not. You'll take one for the team right now? We'll see. What do those words mean? Don't worry about it. FAFO means fuck around and find out. Darvo means divert and reverse victim offender or whatever. Good luck. Got a court mate right off rip. Half an hour. We got 5 fucking more. I gotta say, FG really did y'all a favor because I get doubles a lot. I used to double ban these people and they'd be timed out for a fucking day. But FG said that's not fair. It's not fair to the people to deny bans and stack them all on one person, and I have to agree. Ice Storm Raider, never seen you before, may never see you again. Goodbye. Number 3. Saviek, aw. You're not going to be able to play the next round with us. Aw. Skill issue. 4. Cumby Bear. It goes rip. 2 more. Farmer Nappy. Red username. We gifted him a sub, now we gifted him a ban. Last one. Who's the lucky lady? Binary Burnout. No lady at all. Should I give Binary Burnout a week as a treat or 30 minutes? We'll do 30 minutes. Binary Burnout lurks anyway. It's not really a ban. All right. Good stuff. Thanks for the hype train. Thanks for the money and the bans. I appreciate y'all. Get wrecked. Hashtag get owned and so on and so forth. Scrubs. Yo, thank you, Black Slime, FG, Hayes, FG again, Ali Smudge. Hope everybody's well. Hope you're having a good day. And of course, Marky for that raid. Today is Anything Goes Friday. It's a crazy day to be supporting me because I just sit here and talk mad shit. Okay. We're going to get to that shortly, right? We're going to do one more round and then we're going to touch on some things IRL. And you guys are going to be like, oh my God, it's a Stalin. And I'll be like, oh, come on, man. So basically, Artemis 2, their slow boating to the moon, should be launched. Slow boating. Hey, yo. Like energy efficiently. I love that. Politics and AI, of course. Of course. We'll find a way to weave abortion in there as well. Just for y'all as a treat. YouTube chat about to pop off. Yeah, no refugees over here yet. I don't know if they're just, lurking over there waiting to say something pithy to clap me back, or if they just if they haven't unlocked the YouTube power yet. But either way, it's cool. They might just want to listen. They're putting astronauts on the moon again? Dude, I would like to smoke a joint on the moon. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know if the physics line up though with that. I don't know if that would be allowed. Like, I think I'd probably get stopped by the people in charge when I pulled out the fucking Zippo from like the 80s. Sir, you're going to kill us all. What? Big ups. High as giraffe poot nanny. It's so much better with poot nanny or some other word. When people say pussy in that one, I'm like, dude, please. I don't know. Negative. What distro are you using? Reekthor? What distro do you think I'm using actually? Before, don't tell him. I'm just wondering what kind of distro do you think I use? I mean, I'm in a Polo, I guess. People think I'm going fancy today for whatever reason. That's bait, says Device. What distro do you think I use? What up, Retro? Thank you very much for the support, for real. Chloroquine OS, Temple OS, close. Very close. You're on the right track. Digos is looking good. Thank you. Hell yeah. Finally, my hair is, I guess, long enough to put the headphones on top. Endeavor OS. 2 options, Archbase, by the way, or Mac, because maybe pointer shake. Interesting. Yeah, I shook the pointer for you. That's funny. You say Archbase, by the way. That's hilarious. You move rocks around a beach to make a Turing machine. That is true. That's definitely a Chloroquine I see in the fast fetch in the background. Monkum. Yeah. I changed the graphics. This one's Debian back there. This is CashOS with Plasma. The Plasma has the cursor shake like baked in. I cranked it all the way up. I just always like to point this out because, there are other people out there to talk to about this, right? I have this server. It's called Eve on Linux, right? And like this server is, for us that play Eve and want to use Linux. Like if you ever want to come by, like there's 1,000 people here, and it's just that topic. So and I own it. So like there's no like super elitism and shit. So you can definitely, like, if anybody's not here, definitely come by. This place is awesome. We help people. We have the wiki. We have that community members wrote. We have tools community members built. It's awesome. Just putting it out there in case you use Linux and play Eve and don't know about it. We got a place just for you. That's all. If you're a Windows user, go fuck yourself. Just kidding. I love you. You beautiful bastard, you. I haven't looked into playing Eve on Endeavor. That's what I'm using. Yeah. It's funny because like Endeavor is almost, and this is, I'm just gonna keep it straight and simple. Like Endeavor is almost like old school at this point with some of the wrappers we got like Cashy nowadays. It's just even easier. So dummies like me can use it. It's funny. That's not to say it's not usable. That's not the point at all. I play Eve in my mind's eye. Do you? I'm barely understanding Eve, so Linux is out of reach for me for sure. Nah, I don't think that way. We got people that are very old and people that are very young. People that have never touched Linux before and people that have been using Linux for years. Anybody can use it now. There's no out of reach. I'm telling you straight to your face, it's not out of reach. It's if you want to do it, I will personally in my DMs walk you through it. But if you don't want to do it, don't worry about it. But I refuse to let you think you can't, because that's not true. I found Endeavor to be really easy for Arch distros. Yeah. So that's the thing. Arch, very hard. Endeavor, Manjaro, or whatever, these are a much easier way of doing Arch. And then CashOS is like an easier way of doing it. I don't know how to describe it. Just look into like what Cashy and stuff is, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. It's not better. It's just easier for people like me. F Microslop. I'll look into Linux in the summer. Can't risk bricking the PC before exam. Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely don't brick your stuff. Yeah. Remember, don't type RMIF slash dash no dash preserve dash root. I haven't used Linux since 2012. Bet things are pretty. Yeah, it's very different now. I'm on Linux. I'm a very fucking low IQ feller, right? I'm streaming, making videos on Linux. Haven't touched Windows in well over a year. I made all of episode 16 on Linux. I multi-box on Linux. I switched from Manjaro to Endeavor and had better experience, but the new Endeavor, so I didn't pick up my beauty driver. Yeah. Cashy specifically is known for being just godly at detecting whatever crazy scrub setup you have. That's almost why we recommend it. But anyway, I'm not gushing. I'm just trying to, catch you up to speed on what I know about it. I obviously have a lot to learn going back. Bros, be logged in as sudo. First thing you do, log in. Oh, sudo is your username? Perfect. Cash is a new one for me. Only heard about. Yeah. There's other ones too. It's basically this is like another. It's like a new age. It's exactly what Manjaro is to Arch, but this is that to Manjaro. I don't know how to describe it. Other than that, it's great though. But there's other ones. I recommend Bazite if people just really are scared of bricking their shit, and I recommend Mint, which is for people that are very scared of even changing. For people that are very apprehensive, Mint is for you. You will be shocked at that experience. How awesome it is. How many updates it has? Well, what's funny, Soapy, is so when you update, you go sudo pacman SYU, right? You don't use the GUI, or do you use like a GUI to update? I don't even know if there is one. Because like I just update whenever I want, right? Yeah. Oh, we use the GUI. Okay. Yeah, so the problem is if you use like a GUI to update, it's going to nag you. Whereas I would just type sudo pacman SYU and let this run, right? But this is only when I remember it. Sometimes I'll go like 2 weeks without updating and it'll be like a 5 gigabyte fucking update. You see what I'm saying? I run Bazite for a tiny little set top PC. Yeah, Bazite's cool. I use Paro. You use Paro to manage all of your packages? I mean, I use Paro and Yaya when necessary. I also use Flatpak. But most of the stuff would be through Pacman, I think. You shouldn't why that. Can't review changes. That's true. Oh, just write Paro and update everything? Got you. Didn't know that. EOS has a welcome window with a script to update everything in one go. Yeah. Okay. I've only used Paro when the yay command, I couldn't get it working. So it's good to know. And Janek, you're long-time Linux user, or are you just like reading about it recently? Only version of Linux I've run on my primary desktop is Ubuntu. It's been a while. Yeah, Ubuntu now is very passe. I'm just being real. It's still fine, but they've kind of gone their own way, and everybody else has gone a different way. And you know, that's not good, is my opinion. My opinion about GNOME is different than Ubuntu. GNOME I don't agree with what they're doing, the way they do it. It's not bad though. They do a very good job at what they do. Ubuntu, I don't even know if they do a great job. I don't know. Ubuntu has improved. I just don't know what the draw would be, unless you're like a university and you want to do like an enterprise deal. Like, what the fuck is the point? It's like the most restrictive, and like I've never heard somebody say they want to use, like, oh, I need a snap. Like, Ubuntu has largely coasted on this reputation of being the only user-friendly distro, and it's so far from reality now. It's unbelievable. It's not just snaps though, but there's a bunch of things that Ubuntu does that is kind of at this phase unorthodox. I guess my brain is not going to help me here and like list them out, but I had an interview with Canonical last month. Sadly, wasn't good enough. John Gibraltar, first of all, you are good enough. It's their fault for not understanding how good you are. Second of all, you know, fuck Canonical. I tried to be tactful, but it didn't last long. Actually, let's before we do this, let's just put this on, because I feel like we should probably know what's going on at Eve before I, you know, start crashing out about shit. You can see the tabs are pretty serious right now. This is the most insane set of tabs you've ever seen in your life. Someone should screenshot that. All right, let's do Okami real quick. I'm definitely skipping through this. But Okami is the most important figure in CCP to me personally. What he says is very relevant to what I'm interested in. Now, last time we heard him talk, I was very disappointed because they weren't explaining anything, but maybe, you know, they didn't care about that thing. Who knows? I've also heard this man talk and been pretty impressed with the kind of the rhetoric and the delivery with things like the Odysseus. So all I can do is listen. That's it. You're not going to like the part where they talk about the Zerrin chases?
I need to be formal at the beginning of these.
Really? Okay.
It is time for yet another Okami tea time. I'm CCP Monty, joined by, well, yours truly, CCP Okami.
Yo, what is up? Hey, Monty, how's it going, man?
It's pretty good. So, always feel like I need to be formal at the beginning of these. And we are here. You know, usually when we meet, it's because there's stuff we need to discuss, some stuff that you want to address with the community and things.
Some tea, some fun.
Here's the thing. This tea time is still 100% tea free.
It is, yeah. We're working on it, though.
Like, I have a sore throat.
Yeah.
And when you said, oh, let's
The first thing is, like, if we make a mistake, if something's not going well, this is our opportunity to kind of, like, get in there and fix it on, like, a reasonable time frame. So if we have to fix some bugs or we have to change a feature or make some new content, content being things like anomalies or asteroid belts or missions, etc., we have the space to do that. This time around, we got it all mostly right, I'll be honest. Like, of course, there are a lot of, like...
I know there's people that beg to differ.
Yeah, of course.
I've seen it. I've seen the posts.
I know, and I know. I'm sure you've got your favorite ship that we nerfed or something, and you're unhappy with it.
You actually didn't really screw anything up for me.
Okay.
You guys remember my feedback over the latest major patch? It was all pretty good, except I had a major issue with the idea of dartboarding changes and using data to change them back later. I think a lot of thought and care should be put into that first round of changes, and then use data as a corollary, instead of your main method is just time and data. And specifically what we're talking about is blops, right? I like the nerf. I think they should be changed into glass cannons. I think it's good design. But what I really hate is that they just randomly changed them with no thought, no explanation in the dev chat, no actual rationale. And what they're going to do is just evaluate what's popular and move on. It's very piss poor design. Now, the rest of the patch was good, but that is just abysmal. So, you know, he's talking about the rest of the patch here. I'm not sure they're going to talk about the idea of what I'm talking about, but I just want to remind you of my criticism and of course the fact that I thought the patch was overall quite good.
A little bit on the edge on the drifter wormholes.
Yeah.
I see the point, but I'm also really lazy in prepping.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I have
Got to scan them down, though,
But
buddy.
instead, I have friends that aren't.
Yeah.
And our targets are just like more likely to be found.
Mm-hmm.
So there's positives at the same time.
Yeah.
You know?
You're not making me want to watch
So
this.
the main change that we made from Catalyst was really around the reactions for Prismaticite. That was the only big main change we needed to make there. And then the
Was
rest...
that just broken or?
No. It was just too long. I think it was just bunging up people's industrial queues, really.
Right.
So that's the main change that we made.
This is going to be a really painful video watch, isn't it? Like I just can see, you know how like you see the storm coming and you just know it's going to suck. Look at this comment. This guy says, but how? Is there basically no playtesting of the final product? All right. I'm interested.
So great. New carrier content, and folks are like, oh, I can't really do this in a carrier. I think that's the sentiment. So this is another one where we did kind of miss some of the tuning and the balancing around it. Definitely.
Before I jump to conclusions, has anybody here tests the carrier things? Can you do it in a carrier? I've never heard of this. I don't really follow this. So you can't. What was the problem? You needed dreads. What, the DPS was too low? I see. Oh, okay. It's just pointless. Yep. So, did they tune it for supers? And then they just didn't realize how bad carriers were? Is that what happened? Like, how did this happen? How did you release carrier content that a carrier can't do? And anybody can give me a theory before we go back? You think soups could do them? So you think they might have tested them in soups and didn't look at carriers? Well, we're not talking about QA hercs. QA implies you have a product that works and you want to iterate and figure out quirks with it, right? Second. Gotta log off of Steam. I'm getting like toasts here. Yeah, I mean, QA would mean like, okay, well, we made this, but it was, you know, we didn't think about drone aggro on this wave or something. But the fact that carriers couldn't really do it is, I'm not, I guess I'm wondering what's up, you know? Because, of course, we just cherry picked the one time that makes them look bad, but I guess I'm wondering, you know, is that sufficient? Random number generator just released it. A huge carrier buff planned but canceled and didn't nerf the new beacon. Ooh. That's a good theory. Let me give all changes to the QA first to test before releasing to the public. Well, I mean, I get it. No, I get it. But I'm saying like this, the fact that it can't be done should be hit before it even hits QA, before it hits the public. You understand? You know what I'm saying? No, I mean, like, these guys are not dumb. They did it. They've done this for some reason. That's not to say they don't make incompetent mistakes, but like something happened here, because you can even tell he's very uncomfortable with this.
I can't really do this. So great new carrier content, and folks are like, oh, I can't really do this in a carrier. I think that's the sentiment. So this is another one where we did kind of miss some of the tuning and the balancing around it. Definitely tuned to be more challenging than anticipated. So this one I believe is already out.
I just can't find a conceivable reason to not just be like, we didn't test it properly. Sorry, I guess. But it's a business. They're not going to do that. On a human level, that's, I'm sure, hopefully what he wants to say. I just can't imagine putting my stamp of approval as a game dev like lead on a fucking new piece of content that can't be done in the ship. What is happening? Like, multiple people have failed at this. Yeah, QA, yeah, but the devs, and yeah, the leads, and yeah, like the whole company. Players will test it just, but I feel like there's a big difference between releasing content, having players test and iterate on it, and releasing content that cannot be done as intended. And I think that this is the embarrassing part. It's okay to release content that's, you know, not great or not perfect, but you can't release an exploring site that like insta kills explorers or something. You know, you know, that's a bad analogy. I'm just trying to give you like a sense of the silliness, the contradiction here. So obviously, I think he feels bad. I think they realize how silly that is. But like, how are we doing this? It's just so disheartening. Shouldn't have happened. Yeah, no doubt. Anyway, I think they know it's an L. I don't have to sit here and like put, you know, a cigarette butt in the wound here, you know. But that is bizarre to me. I didn't even realize that was a thing. That's new to me. They talk about wormholes in here at all? Design philosophy. Fuck. Ongoing improvements. Do you think they talk about freelance jobs? How do I get them to add gas to freelance? I'm not even going to use it anymore. Now I'm just a personal vendetta. All right, well. These devs talks are just such fluff.
More focused around just changes to content, maybe sometimes new content, balance to ships, etc. And in terms of like the amount of stuff that goes in a major update, it will vary. I think we've had some very huge major updates in the past, and then some smaller ones. And really, I think what that depends on too is just like how we share the load, Frodo. We just
What if the carrier thing was done by like one person they trusted to do it right, and they just didn't dedicate the testing resources. They're responsible, but that would make sense. What did he do? He wanted to be banned. He wanted to ban because he was going home. That's my boy. Every once in a while, you know. He has the OG flag. I don't know what to say. Like, you kind of just do whatever they ask. Yeah. I've seen them talk about how the dev teams work as well. I just obviously can't watch this. It's too much. I like Okami. I truly like this guy. I think he actually could be good at this job. I just wonder how we keep making weird L's. That's all. That's all. Simple, you know? All right, let's balance this shit. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna... Are the slugs just too strong? Do we need fewer slug pools? We're gonna nerf the slug, okay. So how are we nerfing the slug? The slug has 0.1 movement speed, 0.2 def. Should the slug's def be lower, maybe? How does the slug have 20% def? That's insane. Increase the speed of the slug, Gonlink says. Needs a global limit on slime. Technically, it'd be 5, right? You mean shared or per? So fewer pools? Okay. All right, let me put the def back. They're saying fewer pools. So we can add the tag timer instead of 5. We could decrease the duration of them, or we could increase the cooldown. What about a little tiny bit of both? What about we shave a few seconds off of this, and we also come over here and make this 24 instead. Solo slug should have a long trail. Shared between them? No, I don't want to do that. We can't punish the working class for choosing the humble slug. Folks, I'm a fucking socialist, all right? What are we talking about here? You know what I'm saying? Oh, goodness. The slug meta is just not healthy for the game. Yeah, I know. There's only 2 choices, and one of them is not healthy for the game. All right, we've definitely taken off. This is the final round on this balance patch. All right, we're gonna do one more round. We've taken off the edge of the slugs. So the question is there anything else we should do? What if we slowed down the ship attack so that it could maybe hit more people? Wait, technically going faster means more flux. But it's gated off of, yeah, it's gated. Let's just leave it. Think about the suffering of the ship classes. The entire board is slug poo. Well, technically, I think these are Fatos, and what they're doing is they're creating like a spawning pool that we're stepping on and doing damage to ourselves. They're trying to breed is what they're doing at me, and you need to understand that. So, any other changes? So we have ships slugs. This is the most deranged shit I've ever seen. Maybe by tomorrow I'll add another couple of characters. The chair, I figure I'm gonna have him like swing a leg. He's just gonna pull a leg off and swing it. The grouper is gonna be like a fucking Magikarp, and then the pirate's gonna like attack with his bird. Bring back the chair. Yeah, no, the chair's here. It just doesn't do it. It's too good. It's way too talented. Have the chair lean back and smack people. Yeah, if you remember the styles, right? The chair has 2 styles: wobbly and sturdy. The sturdy one is like he's gonna stub your toe. The wobbly one is he's like splintering wood at you from afar. Pirate should be the strongest character. No, literally, the pirate he does IP infringements on bourgeois. That's literally what he does from afar. It's kind of political. We all died to Fato jizz. No, this is the woman. These are women Fato creating them. It's like a Fato placenta. We'll call it that. If the chair touches another player's toe stub, exactly. Yeah. Well, I was thinking about having like a little aura around the chair that just does damage to anybody that gets near it on that mode. We don't have styles. We don't even have 5 class. We don't have 3 classes. Fedo Yuri ill. I know just enough about that to be not interested. If the chair hits the pirate, it unplugs his mic and he loses 100 subs. I should lose 100 subs. I have way too many subs. How do I see how many subs I have? Hold on. Does it tell me? $354 subscribers. About 60% of those are 1FG gifting subs. If the chair hits the pirate, it unplugs his mic and he loses. Oh shit. I read that twice because I wanted to read it twice. It wasn't an accident. It was a fucking feature. So how do I develop a feature for this game that I haven't tested and put it live and then find out it doesn't work? How do I do that? Because that seems impossible to me. But my game is 4 lines of code, so... Alright, well, let's do battle. Let's fucking do battle, folks. This is the final round for now with this balance. This is, I believe Slugs just got nerfed. But I sort of kind of feel like Slugs might still be OP. I don't know. Let's find out. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. A lot of Fado fans here. The ship's got a buff and the slugs got a nerf. I don't know if the slugs can pull this one out, but I want to get fucking loaded anyway. It's like a horse race, you know. You do a line of fucking you do a line of like crystal meth or some shit right before the run. I don't know what horse race people do. What do they do? Do they do like drinking or cigar smoking? I imagine horse race people do meth personally. Corgan wants the slug. You got to go to Twitch. I only scrape Twitch. This is how they balance Blobs and Eve. I love it. Good luck. 8 seconds. Pay attention to the winner too. I don't have an end screen, so we got to actually catch it. Here we go. Where am I? Okay. Oh my god, I'm getting absolutely fucking bukkakied. Oh my god, I'm dead already. Dude, you guys are assholes. First one dead. Cool. Cool. Patrick wants to come into Rifta. It looks like the ships are holding real well this time. But I don't know, slugs are just so good. Looks like there's only one slug left and it's Haas. Yeah, it's just big Haas. Oh fuck, they're targeting Haas. Dude, they're literally blanketing Haas. Dude, there's no way the slugs still win. Dude, Gunelli, don't go that way. What are you doing? Yo, Gunelli expertly navigating around Haas here. Oh my god, look at this. Look at him thread the needle here. Are you shitting me? You can really tell there's like a hole now in the thing here, so you can actually weave it. Dude, Rob, just hit him one time. Rob, you... Ships win. It took a while, but we did it. Well done, Rob. My boy. Haas is clearly OP. He keeps getting suspiciously good results, doesn't he? All right, Fado for you. And we'll give one to Patrick, too. What's your name, Rob boy? We were robbed. Odd. Vaha. Yeah, you need to take the Fado. It's super important. I'm giving Patrick a steady trickle of fresh Fados as well. Where's the subreddit for me to cry about balance? We don't use Discord for support. We use Twitch chat for support. Please leave a Twitch chat message and we'll get to your issue. FFN 17th, by the way. Hey, cool. All right, cool. I would love to get some extra people there if I can, and or join myself. Thank you for letting me know in advance. Save the date, folks. So what character should I do next? I'm thinking the pirate, maybe. He's like mid-range. These guys are kind of close range. I don't know how the grouper is going to be. I'll show you what I envision the grouper as. I envision the grouper like attacking sort of like it dashes in a straight line and like creates like a splash attack here as it goes, you know? It's like it swims around slowly and then it'll just like hit a wall and then just be like wah, and just like splash every like X seconds. That'll be its its first mode. Yeah, I imagine it'll be like it'll probably be an actual game object or an area that follows it as it dashes and checks for collisions. Latches on with his powerful mouth and causes damage over the time. And then the chair, the chair is pretty chill. The chair is just an issue of I have to I think I'll just have like an arc attack like this, like it's swinging its leg at somebody and it just does it randomly and it does a shitload of damage. Maybe like a cone attack where it just does like max damage. Like it just randomly every once in a while swings and like one shots people. That's what I'm thinking. It does, you know, like 100 damage in a cone. What else? And then the pirate. So the pirate is this guy. And then it's got the hook arm and the pirate bird. Right? So this guy, I was thinking the bird can just kind of have its own little baby AI, you know? Whatever, there's the bird. We could just have this thing, excuse me, kind of just leave him and like kind of fly around real quick and come back and just do that over and over again. And then his other attack will be long range when we make him. Chair could fall over when things are near, yeah. But we don't have any animations or anything for now. But that's kind of what I'm implying is it just, you know, onk. Give the bird air-to-air missiles. We going today? What's up, Spepsy? Yeah, I'm making an auto battler for this Twitch chat. I'm just showing the next 3 classes what their starter moves are probably going to be. This one's going to be the funniest. The chair is just going to like waddle around the arena very slow, a little faster than the slug. It's going to attack like once every 20 seconds and just if you're near it, it just like one-shots you. It's going to be awesome. Maybe I'll make it a circle around it. I don't know. It might be a circle around it would be funnier. Because then it was just like once every 20 to 30 seconds. They can even randomize it. The thing would just go and just like kill everything near it. The fish would be funny because we could also make it immune when it's dashing. So it doesn't just eat a bunch of projectiles every time. So the fish would have this ability to like dash and be immune. And it happens quite frequently. But it does have to get close to do damage. And then this guy is just going to like waddle around and his parrot's just going to go buck wild. I imagine you could probably have the parrot eat projectiles. You could give the parrot a health bar and stuff. I imagine just making it invulnerable and just have it block projectiles. Fish be able to eat ship projectiles like they're food pellets. I love it. So basically the way I made these attacks before was I just used a pixel editor to like make a little sprite. And this is the slug one. So for this one, we would need some type of either circle or conical sprite, and it would literally just be, it might even just be hashed lines. That might be the sprite we use, or a circle or something. We might use a hash line sprite just to show where it's attacking. maybe some dust or something. This thing, we could just have a splash thing that spawns on him, ding, 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 like a couple times as he dashes. And this would just be sort of just a random splash. Like that would work in blue. And you could just have that appear behind him a few times. You can just rotate randomly. You don't have to make more than one. And this guy, the parrot, I mean, you could make the parrot like very pixel art style, you know. Not really that hard to do a bird. And then just have it fly around and do damage. I'm not entirely sure how the bird will work because everything so far, when the projectile gets hit, it gets removed, right? So this one will be slightly more code. It's either that or we keep sending parrots out. What's more funny, just like a horde of parrots or having the parrot have more advanced logic to where it has like a cooldown when it hits people? Keep launching new parrots? All right, we'll just send an army, fuck it. So that way, if the parrot dies, we can keep it as a projectile. It's just a high damage projectile. When it dies, he spawns another one instantly. That's hilarious. But there's only one out at a time, right? And like they have a random path that's not really related to him. It's kind of funny. So that's what we'd be doing. We would need this asset. We would need this asset and one of these things. So it's kind of trivial to do. Hooking it up. Hooking up, of course, is always, you know, possibly tenuous. But it's not too bad. You'd basically be making another scene, another object or whatever, and you'd be kind of storing a reference to that. For example, the slug here, it stores a reference to its attack prefab here. We dragged it in there. So then we can use the code to attack whenever we want, right? If you look at the slug code, when the timer goes, that's when we attack. So we instantiate that slug attack that we stored from up here. So this is kind of how we have to set up the new one. I suppose we could add one. I feel like it would be pretty time consuming. And of course I do want to like, you know, talk about all types of stuff, but we don't have to like, you know, talk about depressing politics necessarily. Bird can circle around the pilot. The pirates. I guess the cherry would have to be the next one, huh? I'm not sure how we would make a hashed circle here, but we can probably do it. Can't be that hard. We don't even need a hashed circle to be actually fair. We could just use a circle. Who the hell cares? This could be the chair's attack for all we know. I want to say this might be the same size as the slime pool, but the slime pool is shrunk down. The chair in the middle is going to be like this. Where is it? Fucking hell. The chair is going to be like this in the middle of it. So it's going to be a pretty good attack range. Polly's been eating too many crackers. No, this is for the chair. I'm thinking we'll do that one maybe right now. Who knows? Parrots should have health and be killable. Also die at the end of their short flight. Pirates are basically a never-ending tragedy. I suppose we have the responsibility to look at this from the code angle. Unfortunately, I gotta change my polo because I'm sweating from all the fucking caffeine and I look like a pig. So, here, stare at this pixel editor for a few minutes and don't drop any slurs in chat. I'll be right back. I don't think I've banned anybody yet, though. So, oh no, we banned 6 people. Fuck, I'm so used to banning, I don't even know when it happens. Be right back. I'm a sweaty boy. Alive. Hello. I'm back. This is number 3. What image do you see in the circle? I see world peace. I see nations that stand behind their workers, not the exploiters. I see a world where fascists are jailed and not promoted and elected. That's what I see. I see a world where the United States is not above North Korea in malnutrition. That's what I see. That's what I see. I see a wall with no end, a jail cell with no corner to cry out. We are oceans reduced to ponds, huh? Feels bad, man. Any capitalists in chat, by the way? You like this? You like this? This is good, right? America's winning again. America is winning again. God, we cannot stop. See this? This is communism. This is socialist bullshit down here. Pathetic. This, we're almost at 3, baby. We might hit 5 soon. Killing it. Yeah. You see, Iran's just straight chilling right now. She's like, you know, Malaysians, yeah, y'all can go through Hormuz. Nah, you're good. Spain, yeah, you guys are pretty based. Yeah, you guys can go through the strait. Meanwhile, we're gonna do an amphibious invasion on fucking Karg Island. I gotta say, you know, just real quick, just to get it out, like, we're worse than anticipated at this thing that they're doing, which is fantastic. Spanish power. I also heard there was a potential soft deal reached with Cuba that wasn't really that bad for them, which was bizarre, but it could have just been horseshit. If you guys don't know, America, U.S., has been leveraging a, you know, criminal embargo against the nation state of Cuba for a long time, and it's been escalated to the point where no oil shipments are allowed in without political adjudication. It's pretty remarkable. The lengths that which we'll go to preserve our hegemony as the lead capitalist on the world stage. Jedi says wants to be just like Russia. How is Ukraine still ongoing? Embarrassing. How is Ukraine still ongoing? A lot of reasons, yeah. A lot of reasons. My favorite part about the Iran war is how like the current like line among like left-leaning liberals or like in the US, like Democrats and stuff, like the line that they go is like, Trump's backing down. I knew he wasn't strong. It's like, really? Is that what you want to be stronger on Iran? You remember when Kamala Harris was like fucking we're gonna have the most lethal military in the world. Remember she said that? Kamala Harris. You remember that? She says I'm gonna have the most those are the progressives in our country. Our progressives are like Graham Plattners and Kamala Harris's and shit. It's so wild. People are like, oh man, we're not doing Iran enough. It's like, okay. I'll just be over here wishing you know, better material conditions for the working class where you know, continue to kill yourself with your aspirations of, you know, a fascist slide, right? That's kind of how I feel. Obviously, nobody really expected, I didn't expect Iran to have such success with their leverage options. And, you know, in a perfect world, we don't have people shooting each other, but in a perfect world, capitalism doesn't just dominate everything around it, and just imperialism doesn't just shit on everybody around it. Got to up Europe's defense budget because Russia is so dangerous, right? I mean, I would say Russia's dangerous, yeah, but like, you know, compared to my country, whew, we are, you know, we are the most dangerous, and that's not a compliment. That is an insult. We are so deadly and so unbelievably oppressive. Like, Russia's like a baby when it comes to that stuff compared to us. They're not progressives. They're moderate conservatives who happen to be, well, they're progressives within the Overton window of U.S. politics, of course. We don't have to disagree there. We know that. What's up, Zach? We're talking about the way that my country views progressivism. Obviously, we know about the paradigm of left-right not lining up with the rest of the world, but I mean, it's just interesting, you know, to see your sock dems kind of just be happy to go to war. It's bizarre. Anyone else miss a weird laugh when a weird laugh was your political downfall? Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, like, you know, for a leftist, the political downfall and all that stuff, yeah, I get it. But like, we're talking about a country that's, you know, for over a century now, just been raping and pillaging the global South. Every revolutionary project that's popped up, it's always had its finger on the scale, right? Jed says, there's a difference between the U.S. and Russia. All superpowers are the same. Well, I mean, that's just, you know, reductionist baby brain thinking. If your takeaway is they're both imperialists, like, obviously, we know that. Pepsi. Real quick question, doesn't socialism open the door for communism, which is pretty much puts one person in charge of everything like a dictatorship? Yeah, so obviously black shirts and reds wouldn't like define what communism is. The point of socialism is to lead to conditions that could potentially allow communists to thrive, right? That's the point, right? We say stateless, moneyless, classless society, but what we're talking about is a place where we have enough for everybody and we can actually provide. That's ultimately what it means. But yeah, a socialist is a communist. It's just they're focusing on now instead of later. That's what that means, FG. So, but what you understand communism is like there is a lot you have to potentially hear from another side on that. Like, you know, ideal communism, which isn't really useful to look at, has no state, which means obviously there's no dictatorship, right? But the socialist projects of our world and our time often are very top down, right? But the fascinating thing to understand is that party structure, governance structure actually doesn't have the biggest connection to the level of expression of will of the people, the democracy. And I like to tell this to people from the US, and I'm not here to prove it. I'm just here to tell you what I think. I think that in one party CPC China, there are more democratic effects from the will of the people into governments than the US with its bipartisan approach and political capital blocks every single step of the way. And like, you know, you could say what you want, but look where the money actually goes from both countries, and we don't have to argue. Like, I'm just right. Can't spell Russia without US. A lot of authoritarian states have the skies of communism. So I talk about this a lot on my stream on Fridays, but authoritarianism is a bullshit word, right? All governments use authority. What authoritarian means is it's a country that does something we don't like. That's what it means. So, you know, that word never really has an effect on me. If you want to talk about a dictatorship, totalitarian governance, fine. Monarchy, fine. But authoritarian is a completely fluff word that means nothing. The US is authoritarian. What country doesn't use authority? It's just where that line is has nothing to do with the definition. We talk about it a lot, but moving past that, a lot of maybe dictatorship states have used the disguise of communism. I have no idea how much you know about history or Marxism or the Soviet Union or Cuba, Vietnam, Laos, CPC, Nicaragua. I don't know how much you know about this, but you know, that take is pretty worthless, I'd say. Under the disguise of communism, people have used authority, right? It's obviously a worthless take. Jetta says National Socialism is branding for fascism. National Socialism. The Whale says socialism isn't no one gets ahead, it is no one gets left behind. Not really, no. Socialism is a mode of production defined by a few different things, characterized primarily by the workers owning the means of production and being privy to the surplus instead of shareholders. It's also generally characterized by a government interested in collectivist activities such as planning, naturalizing business, nationalizing services, right? That is generally what we consider a transitory state towards something more communistic, right? So no one gets left, fewer people get left behind, but the focus is actually to take the money away from people, stealing it from workers, ultimately, and to have a government that allows the proletariat to act as a dictator instead of the bourgeois, right? Blue says, so that's how you define authoritarian. It doesn't mean it uses authority. It means that authority is vested in a small group, usually with the implication that the group isn't answering to the other people. She says you define it in such a way that it becomes a fluff term. It doesn't have to be, and isn't as most people use it. Yeah, I do vehemently disagree on this one. I think that authoritarianism is shorthand for we don't like the way they govern, right? Because if I say the U.S. is authoritarianism, if it is authoritarian and China isn't, where do we even stand here? Like, it has to be a fluff term. Your definition says an authority vested in a small group, usually the implication the group isn't answerable to the people. I mean, that is what authority is under capitalism, absolutely. If that's the definition, then China, Vietnam, DPRK, they are less authoritarian than the capitalist West because their group answers more to the people by nature of them wanting to do socialism. I don't understand it. But we exclusively use authoritarian to define socialist places that often use one-party governance or one-party states. It just doesn't make sense to me. This is a criticism not just from me. This is like common leftist parlance to criticize the word authoritarianism. Jetta says National Socialist Party is not part. Yeah. What happened to my channel points? They're frozen. Yeah, Jetta, we talk about how fascism is an ideology that borrows some of the revolutionary principles of communist thinking, which is how people come up with horseshit theories like horseshoe theory and, you know, too far left, you go right kind of bullshit. Not a fan of one-party states. I've seen the results so many times. I mean, what do you say about China? China is wrecking the U.S. in almost every metric that matters. It's a one-party state. I mean, if you ask a leftist, the U.S. is a one-party state. It's capitalist. There's no competition. They're just vying for corporate power. You know what I mean? It's just a difference in perspective. I'm not sitting here saying you can't view authoritarianism different. I'm just trying to explain my perspective, Maya. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to shit on you over this. It's just I don't think authoritarianism is a word that has much meaning the way we use it. The same thing as terrorism. The same, we talked about some of these words. Like, they are words we use for propaganda. Regime. Iran is a regime. We're a government. It's like, that's not actually how this works. These words are used for propaganda. U.S. is a 1.1 party state. U.S. doesn't debunk the common usage. But the common usage in the West is to call the communist and the socialist countries authoritarian, when the definition you've provided, in my understanding, makes them less authoritarian than the US or other Western countries that use capitalism. If the idea is fewer selected people answer to the greater people, like, I understand authoritarian to be a government applying authority, right? You know, so it certainly applies to socialism. Hey, what up, Krabby? Dude, you like that? Thank you. This is going to be the chair attack. This is going to be this thing. But yeah, I want to say, you know, if you're if it's provocative for me to try to debunk authoritarianism, understand I'm trying to counteract the propaganda I feel whenever I see that word. So I guess I am being agitative. Big fan of many party democracies that rely on coalitions. I mean, coalitions are better than two. I talk about this. If we're going to do a liberal democracy, coalitions are way better. I'm just a socialist, so liberal democracies are not interesting to me. This is the dash path. This is the grouper. Yeah, so we're doing ship and slug battles, but the grouper and the chair and the pirate are still not coded yet. Oh, yeah, it's Krabby. Yeah, oh, so we here, let's play a game. Fuck it, let's play. Krabby's here. He was interested in the code yesterday. Here, let's play. So it's only ships and ships and slugs. So I'm going to be a ship this time. It's join ship or join slug. We'll play one more. No prize. I tend to refer myself as a democratic socialist. Yeah, no doubt. And I want to say if we, you know, got at odds over a term like authoritarianism, like I would probably just be like, it's not that important. I would just admit it's not that important to me. I just feel obligated to push back at these words, you know, like the Houthis are straight up terrorists, but what we do to Venezuela is not terrorism. It's like, come on. I just don't buy the way we use these words one-sidedly, and authoritarianism is one that triggers me. All right, I'm just making sure you're not bugged by it. I see actual authoritarian. I mean, yeah, if it's actually a thing and it's not just a thing, then yeah, of course it's an abuse, 100%. All right, here we go. I went ship, right? Yeah. We have so many slugs. We just nerf slugs and buff ships. I like how I'm just focusing Emmy. Get fucking wrecked. So what can you do? Right now, nothing. It's very basic. We've basically implemented 2 classes, a DVD style bouncing. I'm not going to go through the code. I could show you the code again. We're just slowly working on it. You're just picking 1 or 2 classes, that's all. And then they just walk around. The slugs drop trails of placenta and poo. Yeah, yeah. And they slowly grow and you run into them. And the other guys are shooting randomly in directions. We're starting small. But technically, we can play and get a winner. I'm about to die. Yep, I'm dead. Emmy, I just saved Emmy. Son of a bitch. Herc's over here. Surrend. Zachary. We're just starting off small. So DVD logo bounce style pathing just to start off. Basic moves, no choices. Just testing. It works. It's pretty cool. Chat was going nuts earlier. You said no chance based? Well, we're not done yet. Yo, chill, Crab. This is chance based. The goal is to have inputs. Is this the new? Yeah, this is my. We're making this. Damn, John over here is dodging Emmy's bullets like crazy. You didn't win this one. No, this is for giveaways for my channel, bro. B-roll. What's up, dude? Just something fun to do. I'm not actually sure. 1 or 2 more shots on John, but Emmy could always face check the poo. Dude, did you see him just dodge that? Dude, John is insane. Oh my God, Emmy's literally gonna face check the poo. Oh! Cutting it close. All right, yeah. So we just made some some scenes, my dude, and we have you know, some inspector based balance over here. We can do defense damage, a little damage formula as part of the attack. Here, just some very basic stuff. Nothing really changed, but at least we can test it on stream and add dudes and add moves and then add split and then add the items for the skill check. Yeah. Anyway, there's the circle. This is the chair attack. Socialism is good. Dividing the power into many hands to avoid abuse is also good. Yeah. So we talk about democratic socialism, socialist Democrats, social democrats, and whatnot. And I tend to agree with most, like a lot of what they say. It's just different ideas on how to get to what's good. That's why generally there'll be a lot of debate here for a lot of us, even the Bernie bros and so on. Thoughts on a slug trail that deals damage over time? Yeah, it'd be cool. Yeah. I like it. More of them, but do less. I like it. Yeah, I guess my whole thing is like where you draw the line on these terms, the immigrant versus expat, the terrorism, the regime, these words we talk about on stream a lot, how we use them differently depending on whose side of them. I put authoritarianism on there. If you don't, we cool. If you're just saying authoritarianism if you're subbing in abuse of government power for authoritarianism, then like obviously I don't agree government should abuse power. It's like, if you are in a democratic socialist, how should the authority be handled? So you gotta understand, when you have a social democrat, this is a liberal, this is a capitalist, a democrat that believes we should borrow principles from socialism across the aisle of, capitalism as a line. Whereas a socialist, a democratic socialist is somebody that really believes the workers should have, control of the means of production. They just think we should reform our way to get there generally, not always, or we should be having as much democracy as possible, which is kind of the divide between Marxist-Leninists and your average democratic socialists. Is how to get there is reform versus revolution. That's where the divide obviously is, among the left-branded people that want to kind of lean towards more democratic central processes. Why is democracy is not linked to capitalism? No. There's tons of, in fact, you could argue, socialism is extremely democratic in nature, even with one-party systems. When I say liberal democracy, the link is the word liberal. Liberalism in academia, we talk about it every week, but we're talking about the idea of somebody that believes in capitalism, free markets, private property. Liberals. We're all liberals. Democrats, Republicans, we're all liberals here in this country, right? We use the word to describe, Democrats in-house, but the word is all of us. Immigrant is someone who intends to move and become part of their new home. Expat is someone living outside of the country. I think the intent is the difference here. All I can tell you is I only ever see white guys living in Southeast Asia describe themselves as expats, but immigrant is any brown person anywhere. So I feel like you might have a little bit of hope there, but my experience is that it's clearly a coded term. I would like it if that wasn't my experience. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just the people I'd be around, but they'd be calling them immigrants. I don't know what to tell you. Expat is for white guys. That's just my experience. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear it. Speaking of California, good luck with the earthquakes. Thank you. Yeah, no doubt. Two-party system has gigantic issues. I mean, especially when they're both capitalists. U.S. politics is crazy to me. It's overly complicated. Thoughts on a slug trail? I love that. I love you. Two dominant parties is a natural result of first past the post and it's cruise control for either side. I mean, yeah, you're too focused though, for whale. You're too zoomed in. You need to come back and think bigger picture and think about mode of production, right? There's no challenge to a capitalist mode of production in these societies, right? There's no challenge to it at all. So it's just about what flavor of exploitation would you like? And if you're going to exploit the people at work naturally and steal the money they've earned by working, by producing goods with their labor, you're obviously going to exploit other people way worse that can't do anything about it. It's natural for capitalism to want to exploit as much as possible. It's why it lends itself to imperialism. And when those contradictions sharpen and when conditions lend themselves, it creates fascism. It's a new thing in the sense that it's, post-industrial, but we've seen it several times, like very sharpened. I feel like including liberal and democratic socialists would more clearly link the ideologies ideologies from an unstudied perspective is kind of confusing. I mean, all this shit is confusing. The way that liberal is used in, you know, academia or Marxist-Leninist studies or just Marxism in general is very, 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 very different than what a US people believe.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint
And
reached.
the reason is all very complicated,
Hey, Koro,
but
long time no see. Hope you are doing good.
T-Killers L, my boyo. I am doing well. Thank you for those well wishes. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have an awesome weekend. Hearing a Demsoc sounds like a socialist that believes in democracy, not one that also wants to do it with reform. Yeah, that is confusing. But what I can tell you, it is actually that. The whole thing is confusing. I mean, you can read about it if it's interesting. There's tons of books I could recommend. I always try to get people hooked on black shirts and reds to start, just to see what the world's like. The age verification OS level, you want to talk about System D and that Microsoft employee? I'm not even like that bent out of shape because whatevs, like people were just scum, but like I hate that it's a Microsoft guy. Alt-right populism on the rise. That's your fault, Emmy. I remember seeing some extremely questionable avatars. Strawberry flavored exploitation. Love it. This Friday, Ustream is quite the watch. I mean, we haven't had any landlords speak up yet. I mean, this is just chill parlance. We're doing a little bit of discussion right now. Me and some of my core mates are going back and forth, but usually, you know, at some point, sometimes we get people that maybe were born in Eastern Europe and have experience with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, or we have people that have strong feelings about China, and it just becomes a little different, this stream. But for now, it's fun. I like this. I popped the cold and enjoy it. Hell yeah. Where's Psycho when you need it? Nah, we can't keep talking about dude, man. What's up, Gravy? My boy. Gravy likes to read. Someone's laying the groundwork for mass surveillance. The groundwork. Have you heard of Flock? Have you heard of Palantir? Cousin. Blue Star says, when I was younger, the difference between a social democrat and democratic socialist confused the crap out of me. I mean, it's still confusing to this day. I know 1% of political theory, not even, right? But the general understanding is the first word modifies the second. This is how I remember it. It is somebody, they are the second, but they're using strategy from the first. It's just that a democratic socialist isn't, it should be called a liberal socialist, generally. That should be what it's called. And that's what Shadow's point. I agree. It's just not how we do it. I'm not a fan of Russia. I'm also not a fan of Russia's government. I like the people. I was just like everybody else. I have no problem with people in Russia that oppose imperialism. But the government is god awful. Dude, Russia is not as bad as us, but they're up there. I personally am I've looked, listen, we're not going to talk about it today, but you should understand that I think the Soviet Union helped a lot of people. And there are faults and there are people involved that did good and bad, right? But it was not what the West understands it to be. Russia is much more simple to understand. This is an imperialist country. The only reason why Russia is like a little based is because they push back against the biggest attack dog, which is us. That's not to say they're good as a government. They're not. This is not hard for me to articulate, right? The two terms of socialist democrat and democratic socialist, that's what I'm trying to explain. Yeah, they're not the same. And this is, you know, this is not just US stuff. Okay? You know, I've quoted it before, but, you know, leftists have a big problem with social democrats. Democratic socialists, not as much. They still believe in the mode of production being, you know, equitable. But, you know, leftists, aka socialists, communists, anarchists, they have a big problem with social democrats. These people that are liberals, they believe in free trade, right? The natural exploitation of capitalism, private property. But they choose to borrow ideas from socialism. And the reason why it's such a problem, and the reason why famous quote from Lenin is social democrats are moderately the objective wing of fascism. The reason why such an incredibly revered figure like that in leftist, academia and in study of history would say that is because this is the group responsible for making capitalism palatable to the masses. This is the group that gets the UBIs, the social welfare programs. We extend the workers' lives a little bit and get them just where we need them, and then we actually push further to exploit. That's why it's such a problem. They're helping people, but it's like you have to think bigger or nothing changes. And time again, the social democrats in history, we've seen this. We can go into history if you want, but we've seen them kind of side with the right-leaning powers, which end up becoming imperial or fascist. So democratic socialism isn't no, I didn't say it was liberal, not at all. It's socialist, it's leftist, but democratic socialism borrows some ideas from the very leftmost side of liberalism, in my opinion. Just not anything to do with the mode of production. Blue Star, does that make sense? And I could get schooled on these definitions if you want. I'm just telling you how I understand it. What do you think this is the difference between Russia and China that allows CPC to outlast the USSR? I mean, China's based as fuck. It's truly a proletariat dictatorship. And I mean, if you look at their funnels of democracy and you look at what they spend money on and you look at their plans and you look at what they actually do, it's like, okay, you want to focus on the bad things? Go ahead. You better have that same energy for everybody else and just be a pessimist. But I see a country that is truly positioned to make this kind of Chinese characteristically cloaked socialist experiment will actually work in the long run. And it's truly awesome to see. That's my opinion. And if you would like me to criticize China, fine. I'll find 5 things to criticize them for right now. Fishing, re-education, Uyghurs, too rough with the liberation of Tibet, way too strong with authoritarian crackdowns over the years. We can go on. I'm not ridiculous. The same thing with when we talk about the USSR. It's like, I'm happy to tell you, like, these famines could have been prevented. Happy to do it. I'm happy to tell you Stalin's an absolute piece of shit for having purges that were just absolutely depraved. But I'm also literacy rates, health, life expectancy, maternity survival rates, education in general. Everything shot up when people got together. Oh, fuck. There it is. The capitalists are dossing me right now. Am I live? Uh-oh. They're doing it to me. You guys see that? I got DOSed. I got DDoSed. Refresh your streams and play some ads for Bezos. I got the messages here still. Let me read them. Sorry, I disconnected. US hasn't killed any of my relatives yet. Yeah, 100% Blue Star. Yeah, Blue Star. What I had said real fast, I don't know if you can hear me, but what I had said is that, so a democratic socialist, they're not a liberal. But the criticism is that, they're a little bit they're too far in the reform idea. That's the main criticism. But a democratic socialist is still leftist. They're still part of the club to me. But a social democrat's a liberal. What I'm trying to say is borrowing ideas from liberals is a dangerous game, but not without any merit. As a Finn, Russia's a lot worse than the US. Well, how about that? Not a fan of putting in these lackeys. People don't know them and they do anything wrong. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with Israel. Same thing with the US, Kurt, right? If you have people from Israel, from Russia, from the US, from other imperialist nations, like, you don't hate their people unless they blindly support the imperialism. Right? That's the goal. What's up, Myth? Digo says, I think some government officials in Congress need term limits, of course. I mean, in our society, yeah, I mean, for fuck's sake, there's some basic things we could do, right? Not playing both sides, but currently so many governments seem to be anti what's good for the people. Yeah, and of course, Michael Parenti has written many books about this. Not just black shirts, but yeah, the capitalists have a vested interest, a class interest to make sure socialism doesn't kind of take off, because it really undermines the idea that the people can't run their own countries. Are birds reptiles? Absolutely, maybe. Doesn't care about the environment at all. That's a feels bad man. But Bloony, what's up? He says, I gave up on politics. They're all friends. They go to the same schools, only fighting in camera after smiles and handshakes. I'm ready for the AI overload. Are you from the US, Bloony? Yeah, that shit sucks. I wouldn't live in China personally due to the firewall and censoring the internet. They use VPNs, but yeah, it's pretty closed off. WeChat is pretty closed off. Other stuff, but I give them big props. You know, from a leftist perspective, Kurtwood, we're actually proud of China for doing this, because, you know, if you connect in any way to like big capitalism besides vetted trade, you know, it opens up like the most insane, aggressive, agitative propaganda you've ever seen that just does numbers on your people. I'm not saying you should cut it off, but like, you know, there's a reason they do it. And it's not because we're based. It's because we will do anything in our power to stop them from succeeding, including just constant cyber warfare and agitprop. And that's just why they do it. Ultimately, that's the reason why they do it, is because capitalism sucks. And it's just going to fucking do everything it can to wreck you. Which state do you feel like is getting most right? Wait, which state? In the US or country? Hold on, I'm way behind. I'm capitalist. I thought my internet was garbage. Thought you plugged your coffee into your GPU. You guys killed a lot of people's relatives. That's true. I'd argue they shot up from Lenin's effort, and Stalin just picked it up and turned it into shit with incompetence. You know, my main criticism is obviously for the handling of the famines. That we talk about that a lot, and obviously for the purges. You know, my study of history was that, you know, Stalin was still obsessive. Well, I guess we're going to talk about the Soviet again, but it wasn't all bad, and that's kind of my main criticism of our perspective on him. Was there was actually numerous things we could point to that were good. Whether or not living in his coattails or not, I don't know. You might know more about that than me from your family. I just hate the idea that like this is evil incarnate. It's like, well, we have that, and his name's Hitler. This guy actually killed mad Nazis, and yeah, did mad murder and sucks balls, and you know should fry for it. But you know, what are we, just erasing anything good someone does? You know, if we don't like them because they're communists, it's crazy. Do you have a good Hecate fit? Not really. What do you want to do with it? Living in former Yugoslavia? I'm not sure there's a one size fits all. No, but we generally look to history. Like look to the Chinese Revolution. Look to you know, the Bolsheviks. Look to you know, Marxist Leninism and its experiments there. Look towards, you know, I mean, honestly, you have to look to places that are dark, because like, what is the goal of any state? Is to survive, to thrive, right? We sit here and dunk on like North Korea, DPRK constantly, but like they've survived because they understood weaponry was that important. They're right next to China, which helps, but I don't remember much of the socialist period apart from joining pioneers. A lot of the Russians blindly support imperialism. A lot of Americans, US people, blindly support imperialism as well. But yes, I also know a lot of Russians blindly support imperialism. Yep. I'm just going to say this, and you can say whatever you want. I don't care. I'm just telling you what a lot of white people support imperialism. You ever notice that? Not, you don't have to because you're white. I'm just an observation. Not exclusively. I've seen some, you know, some African warlords that, you know, get down. They can bang too. I'm just saying, a lot of white people like imperialism. Interesting. You can't really oppose Russian imperialism in Russia. Well, true. Well, you can't oppose communism in China, or you could potentially get punished. And we talk about the censorious nature of it. It's funny because here I am sitting in a place that I'm criticizing openly as the worst force on the planet, the most bloodthirsty killing machine, oppressive force out there is the US. I'm sitting here just doing it, and I'm allowed to do it, you know? It's not lost on me. It's not a bad thing that I'm able to do it. If it was illegal, I would stop. Why? Not that I wouldn't feel that way. I'm not going to jail just to agitate, you know? I'll go to jail if they're going to ship me off to shoot somebody, but not to agitate. I'm just a random fuck. Not strong, not weak. Bloody revolution has obvious downsides, but it might be the only way. Reform or peaceful coup d'etat is a nicer solution, but might be impossible depending on how far opposition was willing. Well, you just saw it right here. We literally tried to do this in Iran. We tried to get a quick regime change, a quick coup. Turns out, you know, Iran are capitalists, right? Largely, these are, you know, very, they have a lot of elements of governance that we can't imagine. These theocratic elements, they have, strong, ties to this religious kind of cultural thing that is completely lost on us. And I personally think it's stupid, personally. We're still seeing a country resist the big dog, in the same way that socialism always have to. All socialist countries are like Iran. It's nuts. Which nation seems to get it right? I mean, it's hard to look away from China right now, but China has their criticisms. But number one, China, 100%, not even close. America's like number 69. Stalin's granddaughter is working at a bar in the U.S. The comments she must get. Khrushchev, not Stalin. Well, I listen. I can't actually respond. You got me in a pickle here because I refuse to talk about Stalin in the Holodomor and the USSR for another stream. I refuse. So I'm just going to say, fair enough. We'll leave it there. We'll come back to this someday when I have some stamina for it. I can't just keep talking about Stalin every week. It's so tiring. I don't have a good fit for Hecate, but my approach is buy 19, shit fit, and see what sticks. Yeah. I mean, what I like to do when I want to find a fit is to just pop over to like Zkill, right? And just look at the losses for the ship. And we would just kind of, if we wanted it in low sec, we could just get some of these for inspiration, right? I'm sure you know how this works, but I don't have an actual good Hecate fit. I think the only Hecate fit I have is one that's grappling. If you want that, maybe. More people died to communism than to Hitler, Balduni. Everyone wants to be a king. I think a big problem with revolution is how apparently easy it is for wannabe dictators to wrest control away from the idealists. I said I don't rule it out. Maybe that makes me different from most dem socks. Maybe not. Make Artie hacky. That's good. So obviously, this is like the number one thing people say to Pinkos is that communism has killed more people than X person or X era or something like that. And like, it's like, obviously with my biases in mind, I'm just going to say like, it seems a little weird to compare a political ideology, a mode of production's death tally to a person, right? Like, wouldn't it be weird if communism and socialism didn't kill more people than Hitler? Wouldn't that be bizarre? Because obviously the other modes are feudalism, capitalism, serfdom, lords, right? Which obviously have killed hundreds of millions, billions, right? Over the fucking time we've been here. So if we're just comparing the ideology, like it seems like it's a little weird to compare it to a person, to me. So maybe we should compare it to like another mode of methodology, a mode of production. So I just got finished saying I'm not going to talk about the Holodomor again, right? I'm not going to do it. You can't rope me into it. But what I'll tell you is that if you think that the number of people that communism have killed is relevant, then I think a smart person would want to compare that per capita to other modes of production instead of comparing it to a person or that tree that fell over there, how many people that killed. It's something that's totally irrelevant, right? So if we were to extend the absurdity of your premise, capitalism has killed more people than Mao. Oh my God, that means capitalism is bad? I mean, that's not part of my calculus when I say capitalism's bad, right? I just want to expose how utterly illogical the premise is. You're comparing a mode of production's deaths, and by the way, you're attributing famines to a mode of production, which is hilarious, because I'm willing to bet that if we did the reciprocal, you wouldn't equate natural disasters and famines in the West with, intentional loss. But I digress. I already understand you have potatoes for brains, Babloni. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to actually go through the whole motions. I just had to expose to my chat how dumb that was. I think free speech is the same thing for nations as self-reflection is for mental health. Can you really know if you're doing the right thing for your life if you can't be honest with yourself? So maybe, but the other argument is, speech can be used against a nation's interest by, dangerous ideologies. And that's kind of where the other people think. And I don't think either one is right or wrong necessarily. Free speech is not really my interest. You feel me? But I also think it's nice to be able to talk about stuff. I think it's nice. But I also think that restricting some speech, we restrict speech in the US. Don't get me wrong, we do. But restricting some speech is probably smart too. Just, you got to be really tactical with it. You don't want to be heavy-handed with speech. Thoughts on nuclear weapons and mutually destruction? I mean, I hate nuclear proliferation. If you're asking about like the political ramifications of it, I mean, yeah. The Cold War was essentially the US continually escalating nuclear capability and making the Soviet Union catch up. That's my analysis. Look at the dates of who did what and tell me who was catching up with whom. Maybe ideological dictatorships are not good all over. Well, I mean, it's not really like that. Socialism it wrestles away the dictatorship away from the bourgeois and gives it to the proletariat. And the goal is one day to get rid of class altogether and come up with, some progressive system that resembles, communism. And Artie Loki, ventures are pretty tough to catch. I mean, an Instalock bomber with a couple scrams is probably good. Artie Loki still, they get away, but you can Blappy, right? The spear has the most kills. Maybe the Atlatl. No, I don't know. Silent Hit were both. That's the thing is, I don't think straight up, I don't think Stalin was a monster. I think this was a murderer like all the other murderers. If you want to call anybody a monster, Hitler's a monster. This is a man who exterminated millions of Jews and Poles and Slavs, right? You can't put them in the same category. The criticism at worst, if you believe every lie told you from the West, is that you got somebody that facilitated famines and purged. That's not the same. And now, obviously, there's a bunch of horseshit there. He says Stalin exterminated nations, dude, within Soviet Russia. Holy exterminated nations. All right. Okay. Artie Loki can't blap a tanked prospect, though. Bomber with a bunch of scrams will attach it. Stalin literally exterminated nations. Okay, good. Thank you, Jitta, for your contribution to the conversation. Cold hot dog for lunch? You don't have a microwave? Stalin killed more than Hitler? Yeah, well, obviously he did, right? It's well recorded history, he says, and he shrugs. The typical liberal cop-out. Nuclear non-proliferation is important. One of the few subjects I'm qualified to speak on professionally. Uh-oh. Suitcase carrier ass. Biggest problem is how the word is used in the West. Non-proliferation means only people like we can have nukes. Exactly. It's not to say we haven't reduced nukes since the Soviet Union, but we've always been one step ahead of everybody else, straight up. Our submarines went from like 6 or 8 to like 5, right? Is microwaving hot dogs legal? No, but I'm going to tell you something, and she can probably hear me, and I'm embarrassed about it, but I watched my girlfriend microwave an egg yesterday. I have a stove and pans. And she said it was good. Something's wrong with her. Are your ideals and still called monsters? Well, Stalin didn't exterminate nations. That's just, that is a delusion of your mind. Is cooking hot dogs in an electric kettle illegal? Yes. Decoy says, when you microwave, it comes out more like a poached egg. She probably microwaves her tea too. She does. Yeah. I have the kettle. I don't have 2 kettles. Yeah, she's bad. You see how they always just want to talk about Stalin and the USSR constantly? Isn't it funny? Not today, nerds. Not today. Why don't you talk about China? You ever notice how the anti-communists are like really, they're backing off of China as an attack vector in discussion? I think the avoidance of another world war has been a worthwhile price to pay. Well, it'd be a benefit. not a price to pay, but sorry, I'm being an asshole. Sorry. So you're saying it's worth it, right? Trump raped more than Stalin. I don't know. I don't know if they probably both raped people, if I had to guess. By the way, as somebody who's never raped anybody, shout out to the real ones out there that are not going around raping people. Thank you for being you. Eggs sometimes explode in the microwave. Really? No shit. Yeah, she put it in a bowl, and it was literally like a fried egg. It was crazy. Trump rapes everything. Oh no, what's up, CG? She literally put it on a Hawaiian roll and ate it with salt and pepper. No sauce, no cheese. Dude, she's on another level. She's perfect. She's perfect. Yeah, so I'll just, if you disagree on the USSR today, we'll come back to that one. How do we feel about microwaving oatmeal? Yeah, I do that. I don't know if I've made much stovetop oatmeal, actually. You know, isn't it funny how we have certain things we microwave and certain things we don't? Like microwaving tea, I don't do I have a kettle now, but like it like literally offends people. The biggest problem with MAD, yeah, I don't really trust the philosophy on MAD either. It's like, oh my God, Iran's going to act irrational if they have a nuke. It's like, bitch, have you seen the United States of America? Just look at what we've done to Nicaragua. One country. All you have to do is read the article on the US's interaction with Nicaragua. Just one country, and you will completely understand how dangerous we are. How do we feel about microwaving fish in a shared lunchroom? Well, I think he works from home. He doesn't do this. How do I feel about it? You know, I've never really had an office job like that. I'm gonna keep it real. I mean, there's break rooms, but you're not working near them. I think it's fucked up. Yeah, I think it's fucked. I sort of, yeah, this is what I said to her. She's like, oh, that's good. I'm like, all right. Yeah, I feel like microwaving fish is fucked, or like really scented things in general, but you know, what are you gonna do? Boys gotta eat. Boys gotta eat. So I believe last I heard, Mr. Donald J. Trump was saying that Iran had 2 days to comply with opening the Strait of Hormuz, or he was going to bomb electrical and nuclear facilities in Iran responsible for making power, which, by the way, is an attack on civilians. Make no mistake. But I just recently heard that he has now backed down from that, which... Good. I like that. Thank you, Trump, for backing down. Please keep doing this, because I don't want you to attack Iran. I don't want that. That's the difference between me and the Dems on this one. Is they're like, oh my God, he's backing down. What a pussy. I'm just like, wow, he's actually, you know, doing the right thing. Good man. Good boy. Now go find a ditch and crawl in it.
Iran has begun charging ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That's that narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf through which about 20% of all oil and natural gas...
They fucking put a toll booth on that bitch. They literally, they're playing City Skyline, and they put a toll booth, and they're like, all right, 2 mil per boat, and people are paying it. They're letting certain countries go free. Meanwhile, it's like 3 guys on the shore with RPGs, you know? 1 guy with a drone, you know?
Traded typically passes in peacetime. But as the war with Iran, Israel, and the United States grinds on, Tehran has used its attacks in that area to basically close it off to other shipping. Now, we've heard from Lloyd's List Intelligence, which says it has gathered information about the Revolutionary Guard, the paramilitary force in Iran, basically charging some...
Listen to the double speak in Western fucking news. The paramilitary force in Iran. The military? Hello? Yeah, there's no long route. Yeah, they're talking about putting on a truck, I bet. Or maybe bombing their way through the fucking, the peninsula.
ships to go through after
Exactly.
looking at their manifests and looking at where
Much
their cargo
closer to what
is
I
going.
understand. Yes.
We also heard from the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council. That's a 6-member Gulf Arab bloc in this region. He said that Iran was charging ships to go through, saying that that was against United Nations regulations.
Oh no! Oh no! No! Stop! Hold on! No, that was against the UN regulations. Ah, dude, that's it. Iran, it's over. They've given Cassius Bell to just nuke them all. Right? That's it. It's over. Damn! Why did they do that? They broke the regulations.
About freedoms on the sea, and much of the international community has viewed the Strait of Hormuz as a international corridor.
Oh, I bet they do.
Even though it is in both the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. We've also
look at that map. That's awesome. Look at that map. They're like, stay out, stay out. It's like thousands of boats. Bombing a country. Well, listen. It's straight up obvious. I mean, there's no justification for attacking Iran, and now we're mad that they've enacted some of their leverage. I don't know what to tell you, folks. You know, it's possible to live in the U.S., to want it to actually change, and to maybe even succeed if they find change. It's also possible to see this and be like, "Fuck yeah, dude, we literally fucked with you, and you're literally defending yourself and leveraging your geopolitical power." What do you want me to say? It's not even difficult analysis.
Even though it is in both the territorial waters of Iran and Oman.
We literally started the fucking war off by bombing a school of 150 schoolgirls. And we're sitting here talking about the oil price and how mad we are we can't get ships out. We're lucky they're not just obliterating all these boats out of spite. Seriously. No more dead U.S. servicemen. Donald Trump lies so much. It's true. It's true. This is kind of just an interesting topic for everybody, really left, right? You know, bombing a country is fine, according to the UN, of course. The U.S. get mad about Panama charging to go through the Panama Canal. Oh, interesting. Well, I mean, listen, you got to understand, Panama is an interesting topic, something I should read some more books about. But you know, there's even drama going on right now. It's supposed to be autonomous. That was part of the deal, right? And I believe there's concerns of Chinese influence. It's always a concern of Chinese influence when China is building roads for someone, you know. It's like, oh my God, they're delivering solar panels to Africa, but why? It must be because they're, you know, it's just like good to see you. What the green and red arrows represent? Yeah, that's a good question. Galente and Minmatar, you're right. Yeah, these are Minmatar and these are Galente. We know we did well with the horse and carts and sailing ships back in the day.
We've also heard from the Iranians. They say that their parliament is coming up with a law to basically enshrine these tolls into law. This likely is a step too far, both for the Gulf states as well as the United States, which is...
How is it any of our concern what another sovereign nation does in their own sovereign waters? Yeah, it's inconvenient that we can't ship the oil out of the Gulf there, out of the top of the Gulf. But I'm failing to understand how we have any say. They could build a wall there and there's nothing we could do to stop it. We could ask them. We could try to bribe them. We can pay them. But we don't have the ability to shut it down or to demand it be open or to sit here and act indignant over this issue. It's remarkable.
Insisted that the strait must be open as a prerequisite.
No, I don't know any folders for that. Are you stuck somewhere? Maybe I can help you if you're stuck. If you just need a set, I can't help you. Why is America's solution to everything building a wall? My bad. I mean, I am American. I was born here. You know, I have my faults. I believed in liberalism my entire life. I was like a Democrat, a capitalist. I've changed in the past 10 years. I've learned more and formed more coherent criticisms, I suppose.
Out to the U.S. Capitol
Yeah, no
tonight,
worries.
where late today the Senate once again failing to pass a measure to fund the Department of Homeland Security. That vote earlier today, 54 to 46 short of the 60-vote threshold needed. Now, Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania.
Fetterman, yo, that's my boy. Yo, that's me. He must be a very progressive Democrat, right? Because he's in Pennsylvania and there's some blue there, right? Because that John Fetterman must be because he campaigned on marijuana and same-sex. He's someone all right. No. Stop. I'm being coy. Hold up. Stop. Hold up. Let me show you something. John Fetterman is not all right. John Fetterman had a stroke right before he got elected, and he switched ideologically from some weird milquetoast progressive Democrat to kind of a hardline conservative with all of his views. He's the number one like mouthpiece at this point of AIPAC. He was elected on a progressive Democrat platform. That's his constituency, and he literally is the biggest mouthpiece for AIPAC, which is obviously extremely right wing. This is the guy who will go around and condemn protests now and just literally go on Fox News and just bullshit with people and agree with them the whole way. This guy did a 180 after his stroke. And you got to understand, you know, if your democracy relies on just, oh, believe me, bro, I'll be this way forever, you're kind of fucked. You need levers to prevent this. Straight up. You can't have somebody flip ideologically day one. It's just this guy. Anyway. Fuck him.
The lone Democrat here to vote
he's
in
not all right,
favor
in my
of
opinion.
advancing that GOP-backed bill. Now, Republicans right now...
Look, he's the lone Democrat that didn't want to, whatever the hell it was. And, like, I don't care about these games, but, like, imagine being that guy.
Proposing funding DHS except stripping out the enforcement and removal operations by ICE. Democrats, though, now insisting they want to see changes to the agency's tactics and protocols.
Listen, we're fine with the Gestapo. If you want to do some brown shirt stuff, it's okay. The SS or the SA is a valuable tool. We get it, but you have to do it in a way that's not going to alarm people when they record it, right? You have to do the thing. You gotta be tactful. You need to be civil with your oppression. That's really what Democrats stand for. You have stories about Fetterman. Does it involve him pulling a shotgun on a black guy for jogging? What up, Scrappy? Oh, I bet you know shit about Fetterman. You're from West PA, huh? I don't fuck with Fetterman. I can't stand this dude because I just feel like it's bitch made to do a 180 like that. Even if you had mental health issues, you should step down.
They feel like they can hold a hostage and get more gain. And it doesn't matter that people are suffering in our country or theirs, or they keep moving the goalpost.
Republicans control
Oh my
every part
God.
of government.
Everybody you see
and
here
could
is
have
going to be
funded
sick in the
these
brain.
Agencies with Democratic support, but chose not to.
Now another vote.
Do you guys understand what we're actually talking about here? Like, because I feel like this is like, as a European, maybe, or an Asian person or Oceanic person, maybe this isn't easy to not get, but we're talking about funding something called the Department of Homeland Security, right? And this goes into various things. One of them is this, right? You guys have heard of this. The other one is this, right? So what's happening is the Democrats don't want to fund this because this is here. And it's also causing this to not get money, okay? So this is for planes. This is the Travel Security Administration, or whatever the fuck it is, right? This is the people that like fuck you over when you get on a plane and like sniff your butt and like take your shoes off and like take pictures of your balls. This is those people, okay? These are the people that find the nearest brown person and put them in a van and put them in a warehouse, right? That's what these two people do, right? So the Democrats don't like this one. Well, let me get this right. They actually don't mind it. They're willing to fund it if they are nice. If they're nice about it, the Dems will fund it. But they're not being nice about it, so the Dems won't fund it, right? So they need to be nice so the Dems can fund it, right? It's very important. In the meantime, the airports have no fucking TSA agents, right? And this, I believe, is being funded still. They just don't want to refresh this, so these guys aren't getting paid. These guys have money coming in or something like that, right? So what's happening is these guys are quitting, and then these guys are becoming TSA agents temporarily. So you get these like 19-year-old guys with like emo haircuts and like piercings walking around with ICE badges on, directing like airport security and doing fucking nothing. Oh, yeah, 100%. And that's really the thing, is like the fact that TSA isn't getting paid is kind of based, not that the workers aren't getting paid. I hate that. But the fact that TSA as an administration is getting punished is actually good to me. because this is just the dumbest waste of money possible. There are actual ways to do airport security that aren't this red taped money pit that is TSA that doesn't even work, right? It's terrible. Use some of that Palantir shit for this, all right? What the, you know what I'm saying? Now, this, on the other hand, I don't actually do that, by the way. Don't use Palantir. This, on the other hand, is like, you know, objectively, you know, fucking insane. You know, you could argue that a just nation still has to have some mindfulness over enforcing its immigrants. Okay, that's not what they do. That's never been what they do. This is an exportation specialist group. These guys focus on deporting. It's not like their job is to, like, you know, find the people and get them in the right programs or like bounce them back if they're here super illegally. Their job is strictly to deport. Okay. So when you watch this, understand that context.
Possible setup for tomorrow before lawmakers head home for the Easter weekend. Meantime, the real impact of this partial shutdown felt at several
This is what
major
people are
airports
pissed about.
across the country. The severe TSA staffing shortage hitting Atlanta harder than most. Check it out, where today passengers saw wait times of up to 4 hours long.
So Myth says I read TSA didn't exist before 9/11. Yep. This literally happened because of 9/11. Before that, I was so young. I want to say they had, you know, probably some oversight federally, but they had ostensibly private security, right? Who flew before 9/11? Was it private or was it a federal or state body? You had a friend miss a flight? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. It was, yeah, it's just airport security, right?
After some midweek
Whoa,
relief,
why is she in my left
another
ear?
frustrating day at some of the nation's biggest airports.
What the hell was that? It's like going ear to ear.
Passengers are
What the
bracing for another tough week.
What's happening?
It's frustrating, sure, but it doesn't do any good to be angry at anybody or be hateful.
Thank you, Fox Nashville.
These people are working without pay.
Nearly 6 weeks.
Wow,
since
this is
Department of
crazy.
Homeland Security funding lapse, TSA workers are
This is great.
approaching
Yeah, they're just
another
on each, they're on
check
tracks instead of
Friday.
mixed.
Now we're 4 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and still not getting paid for it.
So here's the deal. I think your job is bullshit. I think the agency is bullshit, but I still think you deserve a living wage, and I think you should get paid for your work. That's my opinion. But TSA is bullshit, straight up.
Fun stuff.
Also, vertical
Lawmakers
video.
still in
Ow,
line
ow,
on the
ow,
cusp of
ow.
A 2-week recess scheduled to begin Friday. On Thursday, President Donald Trump again laid shutdown blame on Democrats.
They're punishing the
There he
American
is.
people, including travelers at airports.
Senate Democrats on Wednesday rejected a GOP proposal to withhold money for
They're punishing the people.
without any policy changes.
I think cooler heads need to prevail.
Meanwhile, TSA said more than
They're sneaky. These people are sneaky, just like Japan. There's hordes of them waiting. There's hordes of them waiting at the airports, just like the Mongols. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. I swear to God.
officers nationwide didn't show up for work on Wednesday. Wait times at Houston's Bush Intercontinental Airport climbed around 4 hours early Thursday. At New York,
Yeah, this is what we were talking about when we said the essay.
Security line was nearly 2 hours. And at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson, ICE
Thank you,
agents
Maya.
walked along snaking security lines and checked
Old
passenger
people,
IDs.
check it in. Just
TSA
kidding.
agents are among 61,000 DHS.
Don't the Republicans run all of government? Why is the vote failing? So, you know, it's a good question. And, you know, every government is different. The U.S. is not special in this way. But the simple way to look at it is like not all votes are just like 51 to 49 if there's 100. Some of them require like 66 to 33. It just depends. A lot of them are 60, to my knowledge. Just depends on what it is. You're either getting a supermajority or a majority. The Senate is designed to require stuff like this, as far as I remember it, so that it's designed to get deadlocked. So basically, the votes fail even though you have the votes because you don't have enough opponent votes. The entire U.S. government is designed to keep capitalism whirring and to make sure nothing can challenge it. You got to understand this. It makes a lot of sense.
Employees working without pay, including employees of the Coast Guard, Secret Service, and Federal Emergency Management Agency. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Thank you, Karen. My left ear says thank you.
Major airports are experiencing days where 40
There's my right ear.
to 50% of their staff are calling out because they simply cannot afford to report to work.
TSA's deputy administrator laying...
Imagine phrasing it as they can't afford to show up to work instead of we can't afford to pay them. Every single thing you hear and like it brought into your ears from like kind of like media programs like this, everything is designed to flip it around. Like, no, this is a failure of governance. This is not a political standoff. This is a failure of mode of production. That's what this is. You have a government that's not serving the fucking proletariat. You have workers not getting paid on a federal level. Do you know how embarrassing that is? Can you imagine if our enemies couldn't pay some? Like, do you understand how we would frame that? It's just, keep that in mind.
The desperate plight of TSA employees still working without pay and the crippling impact it's having on airport security wait times.
This has led to the highest wait times in TSA history, with some wait times greater than 4.5 hours.
Those lines out the door and into vehicle lanes in front of the airport at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental in Texas. The airport reported a 2-hour wait Wednesday, down from more than 4 hours earlier in the week. Airport officials say it can't continue like this.
We typically operate 37 TSA checkpoint lanes. At this point, TSA is only able to staff somewhere between 1/3 to 50% of them. That is not sustainable.
Flight attendants unions agree.
This is unsustainable. Flight attendants are saying pay TSA now.
TSA officials.
It's funny how like quickly things can get done in US, kind of the bureaucracy of the US government, when it comes to like a corporation that maybe has some, you know, exigent circumstance, right? But when it's the people, when it's a federal function, when it's something that has to deal with like a common good, the commons, like when it's ever something like, okay, flight travel is affected, like it takes forever to get fixed, you know? Abolish TSA and put but then Bin Laden will come back from the dead and put a bomb in our shoe, and then he'll hijack the plane and fly it into Hotel California. So we can't abolish TSA.
Advocating for their workers.
Some are sleeping
Yeah, sorry,
in cars,
it's the video.
in plasma,
Sorry.
received eviction notices, had their cars repossessed and utilities shut off.
But some of
Oh
the
my
most
God.
convincing
I just pee on the
testimony of
floor.
difficulty coming from the TSA workers themselves.
Just take a poop on the floor.
I feel used. I feel abused. This is not a job. This is a career. To know that we're coming on our third missed paycheck in less than 5 months.
I liked her up until she said this is not a job, this is a career. It's like, all right, well, all right. Okay. Well, you're right. I mean, you deserve a career, a living wage, you deserve respect, but you know, honey, you can do better than TSA. I mean, for fuck's sake, look at those curls. Come on.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
Make you read.
At more than 400 airports
There we
across the
go.
country,
Stereo.
TSA officers serve as aviation's front line of defense. But for the last 6 weeks, they've been doing so without a paycheck.
Just across the whole thing, it's pretty much a disaster, especially financially.
Greg Jones is one of roughly 150 TSA employees at Tucson International Airport who hasn't been paid in 40 days.
It still feels surreal to me that anyone should have to go through this. It's just surreal.
And it's not his first time. After last year's government shutdown halted payments to TSA employees for 43 days. A delay Jones says has taken a toll on himself and his colleagues.
It doesn't matter if you're just a TSO all the way up the chain. It affects everybody that's required to show up to work without pay.
Since the shutdown started, 460 TSA officers have quit, and daily call-out rates...
So, okay. 1 second. So, you know, you kind of figure in, just hear me out. You kind of figure in, if things are fair, you kind of assume that like if the government workers weren't getting paid, their union or they would organize and be like, all right, well, we're going to shut down air travel until you pay us. Like, you think that's what they would do. And it's not because they're cowards or spineless. That's why they don't stick up for themselves. I need you to understand this. Something like air travel, there's no room to do this organizing we talk about, right? Not in our society. Like, it is very much so going to happen, and nobody's going to get in the way of the air travel. Rail, similar. Fuel is similar, right? But just understand that, like, if this was a just society, we, like, these TSA people, even though their job is bullshit, no matter what they do, if we think they're worth paying for a government, they deserve the money. That's my opinion. They could all get together, a huge chunk of them, and form a flash union, create a protest, create a general strike, and literally shut the whole country down. But they're not going to, they're not able to, they're not even thinking about it. They know they can't because of all the systemic, institutional kind of boundaries we've put up on this style of collectivist thinking in the workplace. right? And just understand, like, this moment is an incredibly weak moment for America, right? Blue Star says, you know how many times the military hasn't got paid because of shuts? Ooh, well, yeah, I mean, I don't, you know. I don't even care about that as much. You know my take on it. It's hard to even say, like, you're doing a job, you get money, because I don't agree with the job at all with military. But I see your point without my own politics injected. Feels unstoppable. Well, I mean, my dear friends in Cuba, they know it's not. As a French, let me tell you, yes, it's possible to block air travel, rail travel, whatever. Yeah, of course. Yep. No, we're not saying it's not possible, right? Because you're talking to somebody who wants socialism by revolution, right? I've seen history. I've seen what can lead to it. And just understand, like, moments like this are fragile, but the U.S. is very steeled. It's very strong. It's very powerful against moments of collectivism and natural, spontaneous, revolutionary forcing. Is Iran censored here? I hope not. Why would Iran be censored? If Twitch censors Iran, I guess we'll just talk in Discord. Kash Patel is into the chat. If you were to move out of the country, which country would you go to? Yeah, of course I get asked this a lot. So first of all, I'm not going to move. I don't want to move. I will not move. Those are my statements. But if I had to, I don't know. Maybe some Asian country. Not sure. A few years back, the FBI tested TSA. And yeah, I mean, we've seen the studies, how useless and futile TSA is. That's why I say the job's bullshit, right? It's, if they were actually protecting people, it would be more noble. It'd be in line with like firefighting and EMS, but it's not, actually. I drive a 32-ton truck. Whoa, that's awesome. You do agree with the nature of the job you want, but enlisted workers are getting taken advantage of by the imperialist states, same as other jobs? Yes, they are. Correct. My point is that I would never invoke that job to get that point across, but you would, because it's important, it's relevant to you. You feel me? It's kind of a wires crossing moment, if you will. Another No Kings protest. The funniest thing about the No Kings protest is that in countries with kings, they just change it to No Tyrants. It's like, doesn't that kind of give away the impotency of this actual organization or this organizing? But I mean, any protest is good, but you know, a No Kings is very clearly Democratic National Committee advertising campaign. That's all I can say. Oh, wait, what? Iranian hackers allegedly breached FBI Director Patel's personal ... 48 minutes ago. Hit me. Oh, I need this.
What are we learning about
Hit
this
me.
breach into Patel's email?
Hit me.
Yeah, Kira.
Oh, no, not the email. Yo, dude. Somebody tell me there's dick pics. Are we gonna see a cash dong today? I'm not ready for this. What's up, Norek?
So we're learning from sources.
I need to see Kash Patel's penis. I'm sorry. I need to see it. I need to see it.
This targeted his personal email. They appear to be from Kash Patel's emails from before 2019, before his time as FBI director, though we're told that some emails were from 2022.
Oh,
we also
no.
have received a statement from the FBI.
The emails are from before he tightened up his OPSEC. Oh no, this could be bad.
Little bit more detail, and in that statement they
Oh,
say, quote,
fuck.
the FBI is aware of malicious actors targeting Director Patel's personal email information, and we have taken all necessary steps to mitigate potential risks associated with this activity. The information in question is historical in nature and involves no government information. So that is
It's
really
probably him just like fucking kids or something. It's like, yeah, it's historical pedophile. It has nothing to do with now.
the critical line
Oh
here,
my
that
God.
this is not sensitive government information that was breached, but this
Oh
is
my God, the
previous
Epstein
information
coalition
from
is
his own
forming leaks.
personal email. As you mentioned, Iranian-linked hacking groups,
Please let it be an email of him asking for vagine or something. Bob's and vagine. Please. I need it. Ask him. Be like him just talking about his like dong or something. If we can't see this in the next week or two, the media is officially dead, and journalists are just no longer have a point.
Has claimed credit for this.
What's up, AH?
This comes as
We're talking about Kash Patel's penis. Sorry, don't worry about it.
Have repeatedly warned since this war began that Iran could retaliate in this war by hacking and using cyber attacks, Kira.
Well,
how are they going to hit
Kash? What is the president saying now about this conflict with Iran?
How are you going to hit
Anything more about
Kash, dude? Hitting Kash is crazy, bro. I didn't see this coming. Yo, Iran is like serious. They hit Kash's email. They hit his Gmail. Oh my God.
Timeline.
That is the big question, Kira. And the president so far, he has been sticking to this 4 to 6 week timeline that he has talked about from the beginning. And he claims that we're ahead of schedule. That's despite this war already entering its first month, hitting that 1 month mark. President Trump has also been expressing optimism that these peace talks
stop. Talk about Kash. Don't slip in news here. Who do you think I am? The emails were in 2019. Oh man. Dude, Kash is the best. He's the best character in the lineup. Damn, dude. They're gonna literally elect Plattner. That's insane. They're literally gonna elect this dude. I'm gonna give you guys a video to watch on this guy later.
Welcome back. A new poll from Emerson College
Look at
finds
this.
progressive candidate Graham Plattner holds.
But by the way, there were progressive Nazis just compared to the more hardline ones, I guess, is what the point is. Because we're literally calling a Democratic candidate for Senate with a totem Kopf on his chest a progressive. So like maybe she means progressive for Nazis. You know, I'm not sure how this is the packaging we have.
A significant lead over Governor Janet Mills in Maine's
it's a
closely
woman.
watched Senate
That's why.
Democratic primary. Plattner has a 27-point advantage, and 13% of voters said they
We're
are
happy to vote for
undecided.
Graham
The Democrats
over
are hoping
a
to
woman.
unseat longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins in the general election. Want to bring in our political reporter panel now. Daniela Diaz covers Congress for Notice, and Matt Brown, who covers this.
So what's the poly market on these people mentioning the Nazi tattoo cover up or the murderous Reddit posts or the Blackwater stint or any of his history? We're not talking about someone that signed up to the military to get a better life. We're talking about someone who signed up specifically to kill people, lots of people, and did it, and did multiple tours and did the thing that they wanted to do. They had a good life. They had a better life. They came out and then they said, fuck it, I want to go in and more. And they signed up for a Blackwater derivative and killed more people. This is not your average soldier, folks. This is a guy who saw it fit to get a Nazi insignia tattooed on his chest when he was like 18, 20, in that range, 20, 19, 21, right? When he was fresh in, and never got it covered up until he started to run for Senate. It's literally only Nazis that use this. Only. Right? So understand something. Like, it's like your average skinhead with bolts like tattooed on their shit talking about, oh, I just got in the military. It's like, well, when you learned what it is, why didn't you get it covered up? And now you're a Democratic candidate for Senate. This is somebody who said, yeah, millions will die and millions will have to die. More will have to die for our way of life. We might as well get it over with. These are verbatim Reddit posts from him. Okay. This is somebody who says, I like war. I like being in close combat. I like being able to see my enemies. This is somebody who's sick. This is not somebody who signed up to, they're numb to the imperial machine and they don't realize their role and they're signing up for a better life. This is not that soldier. I criticize them all day, but this guy is a clear-cut psychopath. And understand that. This is a Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate. Well, only 100 senators.
Same beat.
And he's going to win.
The Associated Press, as do I, which is why we see each other all the time.
Tell me
nice to
why.
have you all in studio. So Danielle,
Ain't nothing but a heartbreak.
Take on these numbers.
I've been watching this race really closely. I
Minister
think it's one
of
of the
War.
most interesting primaries that is taking place in the country. Of
Very
course, we saw what
interesting,
happened in
honey.
Texas.
Yes.
But
Thank you,
this
Daniela.
is really a test about, an older candidate. If Janet Mills were to be sworn in, she'd be the oldest senator ever sworn in Congress historically. And then Graham Plattner, an outsider, oyster fisherman.
Oh, yeah, he's an outsider. That's for sure.
The fact that he's ahead and he's not really the establishment pick by Democrats is saying a lot
Yeah,
about
it
where
is.
Democratic voters are right now.
It really is. I totally agree with her analysis. It's saying a lot about where Democratic voters are right now. She's so on point.
And so another thing to point out is in this poll, he's actually ahead
All right,
of Susan
AH.
Collins.
Yeah, we're doing
Should it be a
politics.
matchup with Graham
How are
Platter
you,
and
buddy?
Susan Collins, something that I think is very much worrying Republicans right now because they would like to keep that seat. They need that seat for the majority. So a lot of warning signs for Republicans on this, but also Democrats when they really were hoping Janet Mills could be the pick.
Yeah, and we heard from her earlier today. She did an interview on MS Now. Let's take a listen.
Tom Tillis said it publicly, probably shouldn't have politically, but he said it publicly. He said, we want Graham Platter to be the nominee of the party in Maine because Susan Collins can't wait to run against him.
Hey, folks, I just want to, in case you think I'm making it up or I'm being superlative, this is Graham Plattner, okay? This is what was on his chest before he covered it up with this, right? Look at this. Just look at this tattoo here real quick. Just look at it. There's better pictures. We don't need one. Look at the tattoo. Just look at it real fast, okay? Now, I want you to understand, just lock that into your brain, okay? Now, we're going to look up the term Totenkopf, okay? It says, Totenkopf is a German compound for death's head, okay? German military units, especially the SS, have a long history of naval and pirate flags. It was used by blah, blah, blah. This is a symbol used by Nazis. It's the only group that used this symbol, right? Let's see what it looks like. Maybe it's similar. Maybe it's not the same. Let's take a look. Oh, interesting. Wait a second. Hold on. Interesting. Let's get a side by side. Are these the same, or am I being picky here, or is that interesting? And this is it, by the way. You know, I'm no expert, but that is very much a Nazi symbol on this man's chest. And this, my friends, is who we are going to elect for a Democratic senator from Maine.
That's a Republican saying that.
I mean, Matt, obviously Plattner has some baggage, some controversy.
He's talked about it.
He has tried
Oh,
to
it is.
overcome. But could
He's
those be
talked about it.
liabilities
Look, they're
if
talking about it.
he
Listen.
That's a
Listen.
Republican saying that.
I mean, Matt, obviously Plattner has some baggage, some controversies that he
What?
has
What are the
tried to
baggage?
overcome. But could those be liabilities if he ends up being the one facing off against Collins?
I mean, absolutely. Look, Graham Plattner is a genuinely polarizing candidate in the most academic sense of the word that you can say. He truly has inspired so
He's right. Good analysis. Nazis are very polarizing.
many Democratic-based voters in Maine and beyond, and that's why national progressives have really invested in this race. They're bringing him to his rallies. Just this Saturday, there's going to be a very large progressive rally that Plattner is going to be at, alongside other mainline progressive candidates. At the same time, you know, the controversies over the alleged Nazi tattoo and other.
Okay. All right. Okay. So if I cover up a tattoo, it's now alleged. All right.
Instances show that Republicans are, in many cases, licking their lips at the opportunity to potentially attack Plattner in the general.
Yeah. So leftists too, not just Republicans.
Because they believe that they have the advantage. This really goes to the identity of the Democratic Party at the moment and
What's up, Mez?
what they believe is going to resonate with voters. Do they trust that voters are going to find Plattner resonant and that his charisma that's clearly resonating with the base is going to be able to make it to moderate voters? Or is this going to be a situation where the Democrats are not in touch with what persuadable middle-of-the-road voters in Maine and elsewhere are going to be receptive to?
Yeah, I want to switch back to what's happening on Capitol Hill. Of course, this ongoing partial government shutdown. We saw the House take yet another vote on Homeland Security funding. Let's take a listen to what Mike Johnson had to say following that vote.
We have now, again, for the third time, we just funded the entire Department of Homeland Security.
This man is so soft, not like strong. I'm not saying he's like soft, like he's going to fold in a moment of pressure. You know, I'm not saying soft spoken. I'm saying I think he's physically soft, like the Pillsbury's Doughboy, you know? Like I feel if one was to touch any part of this man's body, it would be, honestly, it would be delightful. You could probably make him giggle if you touch him in the tummy. Obviously he is, you know, Christian nationalist scumbag kind of deal. Not because he's Christian, but he's one of those scumbags that uses Christianity as a vector to do it. So make no mistake. This is the guy who has an application on his son's phone to monitor when his son masturbates, and him. It monitors when he masturbates too. Yeah, they share their data or something. So yeah, it's normal. You know, that's what families do. They make sure that each other don't masturbate. So this is real. Look it up.
I understand what the Senate's doing. John Thune, Leader Thune, is in a terrible situation because he has Chuck Schumer and the Democrats over there refusing to take care of business and do their job. If they break away that subset, I suppose we'd have to fund it through reconciliation and find some other means. But it's a shame that only one party on Capitol Hill is willing to fund all of the security and safety of the American people. We cannot believe it's come to that, but it has.
If the Senate gets that through the Senate, will you put it on the floor?
We'll have to see.
So interesting there that obviously, we know that the House bill doesn't have the votes in the Senate, but now it sounds like the Speaker.
So just understand all of this is just complete absolute nonsense. I mean, this guy's obviously completely and utterly fucked. What do you say about somebody like this?
Speaker isn't necessarily committing to taking up whatever emerges out of the Senate. Why is that?
Well, what you're seeing here is really we're reaching a crisis point in these negotiations. I mean, Democrats don't feel that they need to budge on this because of the impasse that they are on regulations for different DHS officers, especially when it comes to ICE. And given that the White House and the House, now that you're seeing, are showing that they're willing to maybe bypass, the Senate in certain ways. The president just now floated the possibility, we understand, from senators to declare an emergency order at the same time that some airports are saying that they are going to potentially have to just cease TSA operations entirely. That crisis moment is causing folks to potentially.
And this is why our boob's so great. It needs to be studied. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. I never figured that one out either.
Even go further into their holes here and take crisis measures from the administration's perspective, or potentially even more obstinate measures from Democrats.
Yeah, and turning to another controversy on the Hill, Danielle, of course, we have the House Ethics Committee, which is holding a rare public hearing on fraud allegations against Sheila Sherfilis McCormick. Tell us a little bit more about this case.
Right. She's been accused of using FEMA funds that were granted to a company that she owns for personal use. This is a major allegation. It's been very difficult for her to be able to defend this. And Democrats are also not necessarily defending her either. Look, Speaker.
Trying to find some of the old posts, but obviously they've been pretty scrubbed.
Mike Johnson has been very clear that this process needs to play out, which is interesting because a lot of this has happened in his own party. But we're hearing from Hakeem Jeffries, not necessarily the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, I should say.
Dude, it's so funny listening to these people actually talk.
Not necessarily defending her, but saying we need to watch how this hearing goes. It's a public hearing, which is very rare. It's happening as we're speaking right now. And it's going to be really important to see how this plays out, considering should there be any sort of action in this hearing that makes her look bad, we could see potentially an expulsion vote from Republicans who have been threatening that, or, anything else that could happen.
I can't find the actual posts from Dude Man. It's a bummer. Obviously, it's probably been pretty scrubbed out of the easy to find areas. Maybe I could get through it on like a wiki page about his history. Let me see. Yeah, even the wiki page is extremely sanitized. So this is a great example of like how, what you're reading is heavily marred by people that have other interests in mind. Like, so if you were to look up Graham Plattner on Wikipedia, for example, right now, right, it actually talks about the Nazi tattoos and the Reddit posts, right? But it's interesting which ones it chooses, because you got to understand, before we read this, check me out. Graham Plattner's Reddit post history is interesting because it was kind of confused. Sometimes he'd be like, oh, I'm a communist. And other times he'd be like, oh, I love killing brown people. I'm hyperbole each way. But it was pretty confused, right? But the central theme was that he loved military and he loved killing people and he loved war, right? So just understand that, knowing my assertion is that that's what his posts were. Look at this. They're only going to feature the ones that make him look like he's criticizing people randomly on the right. It's actually pretty shocking. They cherry pick from his like rants about weaponry and talking about an armed working class. It's interesting. So, okay, well, you just never find the information. No, I mean, obviously this stuff is out there. I remember reading about it when it came out, but we don't have to read anything. because there's this guy that made a video on Graham Plattner that I had watched. Okay, you don't have to like this guy. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Okay, my whole point is that I watched a video with 38 sources attached to it. Go into what Graham Plattner actually did and actually said. And funny story, it's actually not how it's represented on Wikipedia and the news at this point. And I wonder why, right? I wonder if it'd be possible for us to just take a quick peek at some of his posts through here. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna show you what his posts actually were, okay? And this is also cherry picked, but this is cherry picked from a critical perspective, okay? So here's a post from Graham Plattner. I'm gonna read it out. It says, "As a kid, I just liked playing war. When I got a little older, into high school, I became a," by the way, these are actual posts archived and sourced from his Reddit account that he has admitted to owning. These are his words. He says, "When I got a little older, into high school, I became a voracious reader of all things combat related and developed a much deeper need to experience war for myself." Interesting. All right, not bad. You can be interested in war. Maybe you'll be like a general, perhaps, maybe. He says, "So in February 2004, I walked into a Marine Corps recruiting office. I told the recruiter I wanted two things: the infantry and to be in Iraq within the year." Interesting. You can refresh if there's a desync. So understand, now we have somebody that has shown all growing up I wanted to be a soldier. And now the first thing I did was I got into the infantry so I could get to Iraq immediately. Okay, cool. So now the question was, why did you enlist in the Marine Corps? This is ostensibly on the Marine subreddit. Yeah, USMC, right? His answer was, ready for this? This is Graham Plattner, U.S. Democratic candidate for the U.S. For Maine Senate, okay? Maine candidate for U.S. Senate. The question of the thread is, why did you enlist in the Marine Corps? Graham Plattner's answer was, wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. Joined up in 2004, did Fallujah and Ramadi, and managed both. Hell of an excellent experience, period. End post. Okay. Maybe, this was a moment of weakness. Maybe that's not really how he felt and he was just trying to puff it up. Okay, let's keep going. This is all Graham Plattner, by the way. So I'll tell you when this quote. The article says, later when he was on patrol in Abu Ghraib, there was an attack on the prison. It was nearly 2 years after the human rights abuses were first reported at the prison. Plattner was not involved. Quote, Plattner says, "That was my first real taste of combat. It was an odd juxtaposition discussing Plattner's experience in the Iraq War while looking out of the islands of the Frenchman Bay. Quote, I loved infantry combat. It was like this kind of high stakes game where everything you do matters and you need to make decisions under immense amount of stress that are going to impact both your life, but more importantly, the lives of your men." Understand how there's absolutely no component of this man's life that considers what he's doing to be dehumanizing to the opponent. This is somebody who's describing it like a COD player. Okay? This is his history. Okay? Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading his posts. Okay? Because this is important to me. It's important that you don't just take my word for it. Okay? So he describes an attack on Abu Ghraib and how he responded, and he summarizes it saying, pretty wild day. First real fight I was in. Okay, so he's still playing COD in his head. Let's carry on. What type of man is this? He says, I hate going to school, but I love the learning part. I'm in Afghanistan and watching my unit do the same dumb bullshit. So this is basically him talking about his education. He's talking about nothing's getting done. So what was the prompt here? This is the last one I'll look at, and then we'll move on.
Plattner is so sadistic that in one of his resurfaced Reddit posts...
Yeah, so here's a Reddit post that says, what American wars would you have volunteered to fight in? This is a purely rhetorical question that exposes one's sadism, right? All this question does is expose your sadism, right? And so his response is the Indian Wars, the Philippines, Haiti, Nicaragua in the 1920s, Vietnam, Nicaragua, and El Salvador again in the 80s. As for what I did Iraq and would love to get into the Gone. Small wars are pretty enjoyable. It's the big ones with days of artillery fire and inhumane brutality that take the fun out of fighting. Guys, Guys, look at the Wikipedia article. Is there even a lick that this guy is just a sadistic killer in here? No. And if you go to the talk page, how much you want to bet there's pages of people arguing back and forth? Let's see what it says about his Nazi tattoo. It says, in an interview on Pod Save America, Plattner addressed claims that his skull and bow tattoos on his chest resemble the Totenkopf, a symbol worn by the Nazi Schutzstaffel paramilitary organization, the SS. Plattner says that he and some other Marines got the tattoo on leave in Croatia in 2007, not knowing its symbolism. While acknowledging the resemblance, he said he had not been aware of it until reporters and political operatives from D.C. contacted him during his campaign. He said he had recently got it covered up. CNN and Jewish Insider reported that an anonymous former acquaintance of Plattner claimed that Plattner was aware of the tattoo's meaning and had previously called it my Totenkopf. Maine Governor Janet Mills, one of Plattner's opponents in the Democratic primary, called the tattoo abhorrent. She said, I obviously vehemently disagree with the things he's been quoted as saying and doing, but it's up to the people to decide whether he should remain in the Senate race. So understand something here. Like, even his own friends are snitching him out, calling him a Nazi. And this guy is a Democrat. He is a progressive Democrat. And here's the part that's going to blow your mind. You ready for this? I just got finished telling my wonderful girlfriend this. The party responsible for getting Mamdani elected, the company, it's the same company running Plattner. These are their first two candidates they're running. And they're both going to get easily elected. One of them's a Nazi. One of them leans awfully left. I happen to like Mamdani, even though, liberaled up. Doesn't really solve anything, just helps the people there a little bit. Sort of the same issues. What up, folks? One of the isolators came on a press conference dressed as an SS officer. You still have doubts about them and what's behind it? Me? Wait, I have doubts about ICE? Oh, you mean just generally? No, yeah, no, of course. Not much of a defensive alliance since NATO. No, I don't think NATO is a defensive alliance. Not at all. No, I disagree. That's the guys. I think it's kind of understood as in the West. You familiar with the skull? Total Nazi. Thank you, Kerwood. Yeah. And I can elaborate if you want. I'm not just trying to dismiss it. Sorry, I'm looking back a little bit. Yeah, so my whole thing about NATO is like we're talking about a force that was designed to contain the Soviet Union, that the Soviet Union dissolved, and this just now contains Russia, right? It's so hard to call it defensive when it's funded by and policed by America, the US, and we're not even in range of Russia beyond just nuclear capability, which NATO has very little chance to even, interact with. So like, it's hard to even imagine NATO being construed as a defensive alliance when it's nakedly an American hegemonic interest at this point. Now, if Europe was running it, maybe the argument would be simple and you could just say, well, they're paying for it. They get the most out of it. They prevent a land war or whatever. But in reality, it's like the money is not even coming from the people being defended by it. Well, I watched a video on Brian Cox talking about the great filter today. It's such a great way of putting things into perspective. Yeah, I've seen Brian Cox. Physicist, right? What's up, Pookie? Anyway, I just wanted to elaborate on that. So anyway, this is Graham Plattner. So with that said, understand if you want to watch this video on him, fine, no problem. All the sources are in there. Bad Empanada is somebody who, he's very anti-imperialism. He lives in Argentina, which is a ridiculous state for lots of the reasons the U.S. is as well right now. But he has a lot of actually good things to say and some pretty stupid things to say as well, like all of us. So anyway, understand that's what's happening right here. We have an actual guy with a Nazi tattoo on his chest running as one of the good guys. I don't know what to tell you. It's the I'm the baddies thing. Like somebody pointed this out the other day. I think the Totenkopf is in I'm the baddies skit. I don't know. I can't remember if it was or not. Let's find out.
Very well. They're coming. Now we'll see how these Russians deal with a crack SS division.
All right. Any Totenkopf? We're looking for Totenkopfs.
Hands. Have courage, my friend.
Yeah.
This is Graham Plattner right here with the binoculars.
Hans, I've just noticed something.
These communists are all cowards.
Have you
So
looked at
funny.
our caps recently?
Our caps.
Right there. Oh my God, it's literally on their necks, folks. Literally, the tattoo on Graham Chatner's chest is on the necks of the fucking Nazis in the I'm the Baddies skit.
Caps.
Look
recently.
carefully. Look. Look.
Our caps.
The badges on our caps.
It's the happy.
Have
Oh,
you
it's up
looked at
top
them?
too.
What? No. A bit.
And you think I'm fucking with you, and you think I'm being hyperbolistic, and you think I'm just being reactionary, and I'm just like trying to be annoying. No, dude. No. 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 No.
We've got skulls on them. Have you noticed? that
Oh,
our
okay.
caps
I never
have
put this
actually got
together.
Little pictures of skulls on them.
I don't.
Hans,
I never thought about this with Graham Plattner in mind.
are we the baddies?
We should be able to hold them at this point here, at least for a few hours.
Why skulls, though? Why skulls?
Well, maybe they're the skulls of our enemies.
Maybe.
Hey,
Is
guys.
that how it comes across? I mean, it doesn't
Guys,
sound-
real good. His question, why skulls? Remember, why skulls when Graham Plattner went to get a tattoo? Why did he get a skull? This is the same guy who fantasized about killing underprivileged people from a young age, right? And then went and did it for over a decade in private and federal capacity, right? This is not your average soldier like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. This is a psychopath.
Next to the skull, you know, yeah, we killed him, but trust us, this guy was horrid.
Well, no, but...
I mean, what do skulls make you think of? Death, cannibals, beheading, pirates.
Pirates are fun.
I didn't say we weren't fun, but fun or not, pirates are still the baddies. I just can't think of anything good about a skull.
What about pure Aryan skull shape?
Even that is more usually depicted with the skin still on. Whereas the Allies...
No, you haven't been listening to Allied propaganda. Of course they're going to say we're the bad guys.
But they didn't get to design our uniforms. And their symbols are all, you know, quite nice. Stars, stripes, lions, sickles.
What's so good about a sickle?
Well, nothing. And obviously, if there's one thing we've learned in the last 1,000 miles of retreat, is that Russian agriculture is in dire need of mechanization.
Tell me about it.
But you've got to say, it's better than a skull. I mean, I really can't think of anything worse as a symbol than a skull.
A rat's anus?
Yeah, and if we were fighting an army marching under the banner of a rat's anus, I'd probably be a lot less worried, Hans.
Okay. So...
I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, this is the guy that the Democrats want to elect. And you're going to look at me in the eyes and tell me that your electoral politics represent the working class? Do you understand that fascists, Nazis, they are advocates for maximum oppression of the working class under the rules of capitalism, outside of just outright slavery? They believe in that. Kurtwood says current U.S. admin is not canon NATO. That's true. EU countries within NATO are increasing their military spending and working on themselves to contain Russia. EU is even offering loans to members for defense and spending. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and you're not wrong. But I don't care if you think it's an offensive or defensive alliance. I view it as an offensive one, especially after the Soviet Union was dissolved. I mean, it's hard to even argue from what I understand that it was anything less than offensive originally, right? You know? Like, how could you call putting, nuclear weapons in Cuba defensive? I just, like we didn't see it that way. And that's kind of what we do. I just don't see the logic of, and it sounds like I'm attacking you, and that's not even what I'm going for. It's just hard to look at NATO and be like, well, it's the Europeans defending themselves. It's us containing Russia. I don't know what to say. It's brutal. It's obviously, you could talk about it all day, but NATO to me is not good. I don't agree with U.S. hegemony. I don't agree with U.S. imperialism, and I view NATO as a, you know, an auxiliary to that at most charitably. But this is all right, of course. Yeah, they're trying to wrestle it away from that status because they have a vested interest of being defended. So good luck is my advice, you know. Do I think Europe should defend its interests against big nearby powers? Yeah, but they didn't do it against the US. We fucking own Europe. I don't know what to say. Like corporate-wise, capital-wise, I don't know what to say. There's some strong trade laws there. There's all types of good stuff, but it's like the influence is undeniable. Nuclear weapons aren't defensive. So you said putting nuclear weapons is a bad comparison to NATO because, yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. If the US wants to shut down Europe, they just have to deactivate Windows. This is when US shuts down Windows in Europe, that's the year of Linux. Defense against ballistic missiles is 20 times more expensive than launching on. Yeah, this is what I try to explain to people about the Strait of Hormuz, how the military can't actually defend against it. There's nothing you can do tech-wise. Because no matter what you do, you'll spend way too much, right? I try to explain that, like, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, straight up. If something gets through there, it's because they're lazy. You could run destroyers there and run interceptors and like shoot fucking Patriots and shit or whatever the hell they are at the shorelines or whatever, but like you're gonna spend $85 trillion to escort a freighter load with 6 million on it, right? Come on. And you might even die doing it. And God forbid you went to escort somebody and you didn't defend it. The damage that would do to your reputation. You don't as a NATO, the other side is turning. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, get the fuck away from the US. I don't think, you know, most of Europe is a whole lot better than the US, especially Britain, you know. I kind of view Germany as like, you know, this state that it's hard not to call it vassalized like Japan after World War II, but it's, you know, it's obviously autonomy there. But Europe in general, especially if Europe includes, you know, Eastern Europe, in my opinion, and even reaches out to Africa, like Europe in general has the potential to be another, you know, force in the world. They just aren't. They just aren't. It's just all wrapped into the US hegemony. I don't know what to say. The fact that Spain stood up to us is pretty remarkable. Good for him. I mean, I wish everybody good luck. Like, I mean, if the thought is like, does Cloro think that Russia would attack Europe? It's like, I mean, I think any imperial power is going to attack people. That's like the point of imperialism, right? Yeah, I do. I don't think China's going to attack anybody. Why? Because, you know, when I challenge you, look up online right now the last time China dropped a bomb militarily. Go ahead. And come back and let's talk about imperial will and imperial, you know, material effect. You can talk all you want about crackdowns. Fine. I'll give them to you. I'll move past them and give them to you. That's bad. But, you know, you talk about death, destruction, imperialism. It's like, come on. China grew without it. And they have systems of exporting growth and building good ties with people. It's nuts. They own so much energy infrastructure, they can just shut down the whole countries. Russia lived completely independent from the US and under the quote of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yeah, Russia and the US are at very odds. It's true. Yeah, but here's the thing. The US doesn't need to fight. Russia doesn't need to fight, right? Nazi Germany didn't need to fight, right? Every imperial power going back from, you know, the Age of Kings to now, when we started doing imperialism with industrial, you know, economies, industrialized economies, like none of them need to fight. The point is some do, and they do it because capitalism understands you can exploit foreign nations and bring it back. It understands that. It puts a lot of effort on it, right? Exporting production to South Asia, East Asia in the 90s, right? Customer service to like support groups, manufacturing of expensive electronics are all outsourced and stuff. exploitation of, agricultural, terrain and nations and logging and fuel and everything else is just, we rape the world and bring it back. That's what imperialism is when you go out and bring it back. And you do that when you're good at what you do and your system allows for it. China's system doesn't allow for it. It's not because they can shut down energy and they have all this leverage. Their system doesn't allow for imperialism. Why? I'm going to tell you why. And you're going to agree with me. Because working class people like you and me, we don't benefit from war. In fact, we suffer. Our brothers and sisters die. We have to pay all these taxes. We lose face on the world stage. Borders change. Families' lives are upended, right? War is never the solution of the people. You understand that? Okay, you can fight a defensive alliance. But what I'm talking about is imperial war, aggression. It's not a symptom of the people. And if your government serves the people, you will not do imperialism and fight wars abroad or even next door. If that's, if it's imperialism, if you're invading a neighbor. Just understand that. That's why China doesn't drop bombs and attack nations. They have all types of influence. They control lots of power. They export lots of infrastructure. They do all types of things. And you could say that's power and leverage, and it is. I'm not here to argue it's not. But I'm here to tell you that what they don't do is kill people all over the place constantly for conquest and power. Do they crack down? Yeah, we crack down too. We have terrorism here too. We have all types of shit. But what they don't do is drop bombs on nations to exploit and rape them. And that's because of the Marxist-Leninist educations, because of the foundations that Mao laid. It's because of the way Chinese view their history and what they want to do. And it doesn't involve killing and plundering in the way capitalism involves it. And that's fucking awesome. And you can argue all you want, but they haven't invaded or dropped bombs. We talk about Taiwan constantly and, they're going to invade, they're going to invade. It's like, meanwhile, we're literally invading everybody while we're screaming about them invading Taiwan for 30 years. You understand how dumb the Western perspective is with even just like a modicum of like logical scrutiny applied to it? It's such a double standard. It's what about this? No, seriously. We're allowed to draw inference. We're allowed to compare these things. You can't sit there and say China bad because of crackdown, because of whatever, you just can't say that and expect me to take you seriously. China good. Crucially, we don't use the word perfect. It's just not, no society is going to be perfect. We don't believe in ideals. Like the whole thing about Marx is that the foundation of the science is like actually using what's real, not what you want to happen. That's why when we talk about communism, it's largely useless. If you describe something as a stateless, moneyless, classless society, right? It's pointless. Like that's just utopian idealism. Communism is more about the journey there, right? Someone mentioned Uyghurs. Yeah, so they didn't actively eradicate the Uyghurs. You should go read even Wikipedia and learn more about that. Maoism is the same thing as Marxism? Of course not. But we're talking about how the Chinese are how they are now, though. So you have Marxism, Marxist-Leninism, Maoism, right? Maoism is actually, it came after Mao, right? It has very little to do with what he was doing and more to do with what he was expecting. But I don't know that much about Maoism, so good. It's nice to point it out. Maoism is interesting. What was the point where you started your shift from liberal to socialist? Yeah, university, yeah. When I started to like question, like, oh, that's how that works. Like, oh, wait, do I know how this works? Like that chain reaction led me into Marxism. Nobody really mentions the Uyghurs on this stream, and it's definitely interesting. You have a very difficult problem, and I'm not really sure how a country should solve it. But you have territory owned by or lived in by a culture that's not the main culture, right? And you wouldn't want to give up your border. I guess, there's always that option. But what do you do with a group of people that are basically rebelling? You could obviously go round them up and kill them, which is what the West thinks they're doing to Uyghurs. You could cut the border and just let them go, but they're still going to be... Or you could attempt to do an integration, which is kind of what China actually did. And you can read on literally Western sources, news articles, Wikipedia, and just chase the sources on it. I promise you, chase the sources and come back to this. It's a re-education campaign. and it's completely ridiculous and absurd. And I'd prefer that just nothing happened. That they just took the rebellion. But their solution was to change the minds of these people, brainwashing, if you want to call it that. Teach them about, integration and kind of enforce this idea that we're not just going to be rebels forever, right? That's my understanding of the persecution of the Uyghurs. And it is persecution. It's not a genocide. They're not being eradicated. Nobody's organs are being harvested, right? These detention centers are, they're, you look inside and it's like they're classrooms and bunks. That's my understanding of it. And so it's like, what do you do? What do you do? Rimworld over there? Where? What's up, Hypno? B-Rose here. So I always expected people to talk about Uyghurs when we get on the stream, but it's always Soviet Union. Hey, what up, BMX? I've been listening for an hour. Kurt, what's up? He said, I wouldn't put war on any economic social system. It takes one deranged man in charge to start a war. Well, I like the question, but we know based on history that it's since the industrialization of the global economy, it's capitalism that does imperialism that causes wars, right? Like we know that, right? Like right now, I want you to think of the socialist countries in your head. Right? And I want you to think of the wars that they're perpetrating or have. Like it is not sufficient to say like, oh, it could happen. Anybody could do it when it's only one ideology that does imperialism. Imperialism is not random. It is a set of material conditions and lack of working class consciousness and bourgeois consolidation that leads to a society that realizes it's so powerful, it can extract resources from afar without being affected by the regulation of the people at all. It completely bypasses any democratic levers when you can just plunder the global south and lobby the government completely independent of the people's will. So what happens is in that system, it lends itself to the imperialism, which is what causes the wars of aggression. There's no such thing as a war of aggression when your main cause is taking care of your people and the government is subservient, is ruled, is a dictatorship by the proletariat. That's kind of like the understanding. And that's why China doesn't attack people. That's why the Cold War was America strengthening NATO and putting missiles as everywhere it possibly could, and Russia and the Soviet Union rushing to catch up every step of the way. We're not talking about personalities. This is idealism. We're talking about what's happened and what systems actually cause and what they lend to. You can't just get fascism from some socialism. Fascism comes from imperialism, from the contradictions of capitalism. As a side thought, how would you characterize the Sino-Soviet split? Unfortunate. How would you characterize the Sino-Soviet split? I'm not sure what we're looking for there. Sorry, cut me off guard. The deranged man can only get in charge and threaten the whole people if he is put there by deranged people. A lot of people sigh and admit politics is bullshit and don't care about it and bash it. Sure, I mean, this is me my whole life, but I realize now I'm part of the most powerful empire of all time on the earth. The most dangerous, the most least lethal, and one of the least scrupulous empires of all time. We have nuclear technology, we have subs, we have planes, we have carriers, we have political power everywhere. People talk about China being able to shut off power. We can just shut off any country any time. Debank them, take their stuff, sanction them, cut them off from the rest of the world. What we're playing God on this planet, and it's gonna come back around. Insha fucking Allah. That's a fascinating take considering Chinese history, Greek history, Phoenician history, Egyptian history. Just curious about your thoughts, and I consider my own knowledge to be weak. Which take? We were talking about starting wars and imperialism and wars. Yeah, so imperialism is... So I gotta wait and see what he said. I'm assuming this is in response to me saying that imperialism is born from capitalism, and you're wondering why these people were invasive? Is that it? I mean, I do have an answer. I just want to make sure I'm not mischaracterizing you, because that would be a disservice to you, my homie. Curious your thoughts. I don't know the history. Barely. But I say unfortunate because that would have been based a better alliance there. I don't know, Maya. I guess I got to read more, huh? These are always humbling days. I'm always like, fuck, I don't know what that is. Yes. So you're right. So, okay. Right. So what before, this wasn't imperialism back then. Right. And I guess, okay, I see what you're saying. So how can people invade each other without these functions? We're talking about what it looks like post-industrialization, post-globalization, right? We have other words to describe this stuff back then, right? Would you categorize the Soviet Union as imperialist? No, the Soviet Union was obviously socialist in every single category. So we're in a situation where somebody's asking me, okay, well, people have been warring long before capitalism was a thing. Explain that, why they've been invading. And it's simple. The terminology is going to change when the times change. That's all. It's really not that difficult to understand the perspective here, right? If we're talking about an industrialized world where there's fast travel and modern militaries in the sense that we understand them in the past 4 centuries, and we talk about the ability for nations to explode in growth and production, we're using terms like imperialism to specifically describe what is born out of capitalism, right? Clorkin for president, he'll cut through the BS. No. What you're describing is warring, just nations warring, right? Imperialism is more than warring, right? Imperialism is more than just going out for plunder, even though that's what I've described it shortly. Imperialism is, the term is built on the foundation of capitalism. So we wouldn't describe it as imperialism for Egypt to be invading its neighbors. We would describe it as a invasive nation, an act of war. It was just a simpler understanding of the terms. The mode of production is kings and queens and feudalism, depending on the era. Has imperialism been empowered by capitalism? Absolutely. But imperialism has been going on forever. Well, fair enough. This is obviously not true. I don't know how else to tell you that. You are conflating aggressive action with imperialism. Imperialism is more than just invading people for plunder. I tried to explain this a second ago, but it is more than that, right? It doesn't exist without capitalism. So what you're describing, if you want to describe it as imperialism, fine, but a scholar would be like, what are you talking about? A historical scholar would be, what are you trying to say right now? Imperialism is a term born out of the industrial revolution of the world. It's a semantical argument that he's not going to understand, because I don't know if he has any interest in leftist, academia. But if you want to describe the action of empire as imperial, go for it. That's not what the academic term means. Not within the context of what we're discussing here. And I really don't appreciate being like drawn down to a semantical argument. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to you because you're ignoring the fact that we're using the term within Marxist academia. Right? It's interesting. You're doing the thing where you're saying, well, that's not what liberal means. Liberal to me means a Democrat. And I'm explaining to you that in academia, in Marxist line of thinking, imperialism means something different than the word you've now Googled. You understand? I don't know why you've decided to dig this hole. It makes no sense. You could ask me, is there something I'm missing? Is there a context I'm not understanding? I'd be like, yeah, we're talking about Marxism here, friend. That's the whole point of the stream. But now you're hanging your hat on this idea that the word doesn't mean what it obviously means in basic Marxism. I guess I don't know what to say. Hypno's cool cat, but I guess it begs the question, like, do you study Marxism and you disagree with me? Or are we disagreeing on some interpretation of the studies? The word means what it means. Well, I mean, you're just being extremely small-minded. I'm explicitly teaching you something and you're just shrugging it off, right? And it's the exact same thing as me trying to explain to an American voter that liberal doesn't mean Democrat. It means something very different in actual academic science, academic science, in historical study. It's not confusing. You just don't know it. And for some reason, your ego is attacked. And I have no idea why. When Parenti and when Marx and Engel and when all the other authors that I recommend every stream, when they talk about imperialism through the lens of Marxism, they're not talking about mindless conquest in the broadest sense of the term. Thanks to the mainstream, not one word left in the English encyclopedia means what? Well, if you ask a chatbot to define imperialism, it's going to be like, the effects of an empire or something generic like that. I'm just trying to explain to this chatter that, like, there is more meaning to it. And I don't know why you would have to be so resistant to that. It is weird. You're reading too hard into what I'm saying to interpret it in this antagonistic sense, hence my confusion twice. Well, you decided to mock my take saying that, imperialism must predate capitalism because of all of these historical empires. And I responded to that. Well, not mock. You decided to, I guess, instead of just telling me that's not true because of these empires, you say that's a fascinating take. So you decided to be cheeky. Okay? And then I spent the next 10 minutes explaining to you that this word has a meaning in academia that you are just not educated enough to understand. And I wish you would just listen to me. This is such a simple prospect. Like, if we're talking about something that you've studied up on and I don't know much about, like, am I going to challenge your jargon? It's so bizarre to me. All right, so because I care about my chat, I'm going to explain to you what this actually is. We're going to use an actual source on this, right? We're going to tell you what imperialism is through the lens of lessons. You don't have to just believe me. I'm going to tell you, right? So let's read a quote by Fidel Castro first. If there was ever in the history of humanity an enemy who is truly universal, an enemy whose acts and moves trouble the entire world, threaten the entire world, attack the entire world in any way or another, that real and really universal enemy is precisely Yankee imperialism. So this is just a flavor quote. We'll move past that. So let's understand what maybe a bunch of pinkos define imperialism as, right? And let's see if it lines up with your vision of imperialism, the thing that you are insisting is the only definition of the word, okay? Imperialism is perhaps the most prolific reactionary force in the world, regularly finding its downfall within revolutionary programs. The masses clearly find themselves no longer under the oppressive boot of a single capitalist yoke, but strangled by a double yoke, capitalist and imperialism. Interesting. All communists who generally wish to live free in the global masses must probe deeply into the universal essence of imperialism. It is only by thoroughly studying and properly analyzing imperialism in the modern situation that can be accurately understood, how to approach it, and more importantly, how to change it. It is only through studying imperialism that the targets of our guns will make themselves clear. This is, revolutionary rhetoric, right? To negate and dismiss an adequate analysis of imperialism is to join the camp of global reactionaries and abandon the word proletariat. Dude, I mean, there's more. I can just leave the source here. I really don't feel like reading it on stream right now, but go ahead and learn something. It goes into how this word came around, and it will literally just affirm everything I've just been explaining to you. I said it was fascinating. No. So here's a problem. I got a problem. And you show up on Friday, I don't care who you are going to get it. When I said that imperialism is born from capitalism, and then you said, check this out, you said, that's a fascinating take considering Chinese history, period, or Greek history, period, or Phoenician history, period, or Egyptian period, history, right? Understand that You now saying it was fascinating in a literal sense is ridiculous. You were saying it's fascinating because it's wrong. You were challenging me, and I have now thoroughly explained to you that you are wrong about this. I've given you a source to read with subsources. It's time for you to understand that you didn't know what imperialism meant in Marxist academic conversation. And it's time to move on. It's time to understand that you were challenging me and mocking me. And let's move on. How's that sound? How far do you think the world could have gone if we have aligned our goals and would have started a worldwide government type, mostly on social and technological aspects? Well, I mean, we saw that on the Chinese Eve server, and apparently that's really bad, right? So that's enough for me to condemn it forever. A state worldwide government type? I mean, you're talking to a socialist, so collectivism is like naturally something I think is very strong. It's a strong element to any society. So a worldwide government sounds, you know, let's just say it was a good one. Sounds great. If it served the proletariat, I get it. Wouldn't Roman Empire be imperialistic? It was way before capitalism was ever invented. Yes, in common parlance, it's imperialistic. Yes. But our point is that we have different understandings of these terms within context, and I really don't appreciate somebody who's never even heard the context arguing with me about it. Imperialism is most commonly and rightfully linked to the monopoly stage of capitalism. Guys, I'm dumb as shit, but come on. Apes together strong. Oh, here's all right, this is heavy hitting news here. Here it is. It's a beached humpback whale freed after 4 days. Yes. Yes. Go free. Go free. This is the worst video of all time, but I know there's a whale somewhere and he went free. I'm so happy. Oh, they're scooping him out. Oh, shit. Oh, there he is. Man, they're not even taking a couple scoops of whale oil for their lamps. They're just letting them survive. That's crazy, bro. Good for them. All right, the whale is free. You wouldn't know it by the video, though. I watched it on my tail. It took me a while, but I've barely dented the watch time. It's crazy over there. My cousin came back from a few years in Boston. I asked him what it was like over there. It's very divided. What were we divided on? He means the U.S., people from the U.S. What are we divided on? Like politics or race or what? I grew up reading 13th century encyclopedias before I hit kindergarten. We could be in the Jetsons cartoon universe by now. The comment is like, why'd the whale beach itself? I fucking love YouTube. Politics mostly? Okay, yeah. Well, we do have that whole like unfettered free political speech shit, so you're allowed to just pop your mouth off. And the louder you are, the more confident you seem. I mean, shit. I'm dumb as hell. It seems like I know what I'm talking about. And I've read like a couple books, you know? Imagine the average person who's allergic to reading. Yeah, it said it was freed, so. My political hot take is that we should all hold hands and smile. I like that. Oh yeah, you came on a Friday. That's crazy. I do politics on Friday. Just mask off socialism. And if people are normal, they can hang. We sometimes have to ban people that are like really fascist, you know, like extra or annoying. Sometimes we ban people and they go to YouTube and start popping off in the chat there. It's funny. Star Trek's Earth seems like a nice place. Though I've never seen Star Trek, and I know that's crazy for a leftist to not see Star Trek. I know, I get it. Hey, what up, Grey Ghost? How's spicy? Not bad, not bad. We were just having an argument about a word. It was pissing me off. But mostly just going over the, you know, The trials and tribulation of the terrorist state that is United States of America and its sister Israel. Wait a second. This is funny. Hold on. And now for some funny news. Here we go. I'm gonna read it. Secret Service agent accidentally shoots himself while escorting Jill Biden. Oh fuck. Officer down. An agent escorting former First Lady Jill Biden shot himself at the Philadelphia International Airport. Oh fuck. Imagine your Secret Service detail shooting himself. Oh, Jesus. Maybe he just didn't want to be around her. I don't know. This is epic. This music. He was hospitalized after the self-inflicted shooting. Dude, they should have lied and said Jill Biden shot him. He was in a car and he shot himself. Damn, dude. She wasn't even there. Oh, jeez. They're working on their own time. These Secret Service agents are shooting themselves in the leg on their own time now. I can't believe it. Wait, what is this? How many troops? What is this?
The majority of Americans say military action has gone too far in Iran, as the US has just deployed 1,000 more troops to the region. The Pentagon has confirmed that the US will be sending more than 1,000 troops from the 82nd Airborne Division, a specialized parachute assault force, as part of troop mobilization.
Parachutes? What are these, fucking Hamas? Come on, what is this?
To the Middle East. The move comes as the Iran war enters
paragliders.
With President Donald
What's up,
Trump
Jester?
Considering his options to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz. His administration
How is this a strait? It's so
reportedly
fucking
considering
crooked.
Plans to seize Karg Island, Iran's main oil hub. More troops, including marine
In
units
the future, nobody
and
would care.
amphibious-ready groups, are also on their way to the
I love
region.
it. I love it.
However, at home,
Baldness.
a new poll by AP Norc has shown that nearly 60% of Americans think US military action in Iran has already gone too far. According to the poll, many Americans are more worried.
So when we first dropped the bomb on the school full of girls, it was only like 20%. But over time, it's just we've slowly come around to the idea that it's not good to be invading Iran. Slowly.
About being able to afford gasoline than they are about
Yep.
replacing the
It's unrelated. That's so
one
shallow.
that's more favorable to US interests.
They're from the IRA part of
As a
Ireland.
foreign
Interesting.
policy objective, only around
Interesting.
3 in 10 people consider it crucial for the US
Wow.
to replace Iran's government with one that's friendlier to US interests. While 45% are extremely or very concerned about being able to afford gas in the next few months.
I gotta be honest, like you guys in the US or whatever, all over the world, like you pay your bills every month, right? Like your gas bill, is it a big portion of your overall bills? Because like mine is not. Maybe I don't drive that much. Is it a big portion, or is it like under 10% of your bills? Isn't it small? Because it was just like, how are we so sensitive to the price when it's like not even that? Like, I know the economy is based on it, but like the individual worker, like, yeah, I guess you got to spend another $20 to go to work and it sucks. But like, things are largely not as changed as much as like, maybe food costs, maybe I'm just underestimating the amount of gas y'all got to do to get to work. But like, I don't know. I've lived suburban. I'm kind of rural now. It's not that much.
With war in the Middle East,
Oh, wow.
confrontations over Greenland,
Wait, are you a trucker or
and January's
something?
attack on Venezuela,
EVs.
Trump's approval
Oh yeah, I saw you
ratings
talking about
on
him.
his foreign policy stand at just 34%. There is significant support for at least one of the president's objectives, with around 2/3 of people strongly agreeing that Iran must
Yeah, so 10,000 troops sent to Iran would be pretty insane. That's just like a clickbait video, but it's interesting to watch. So 10,000 troops would be pretty fascinating because they're definitely going to use them if they bring that many, Somebody, Kurt asked, maybe like data, has there been any successful socialist projects? Sure, yeah. I mean, Soviet Russia, China, great examples of successes, even though one of them dissolved. DPRK is an example of success against, you know, some extremely well-armed neighbors, vassal states of the U.S. Maybe not a success economically, fair enough. Cuba is a fantastic success of socialism. You should see the numbers after the Cuban Revolution when they went socialist. You should see the numbers of people's lives. Insanely powerful effects. Laos, Vietnam, other socialist states. But yeah, when someone says success, you know, you gotta understand this is just them trying to disqualify it. Show me a successful capitalist state and I'll call out every one of them as exploitative, right? You feel me? Would you want to spend another $20 to go somewhere that you don't want to begin with? No, of course not. But I was just wondering about how much it affects you. I feel like grocery affects more than gas. That's all, Gravy. You can complain about both, of course. It's just the relation is what I was confused about. Most people don't think about their finances holistically. It's a small percent of overall, about 100 hertz when you use to 80. We started ground war with Iran. We're screwed. Broker J says successes? What's that? Soviet Union and China? Yeah. Successes. Yep. It's about 15 to 20% of my budget, but I also drive old vehicles which get bad MPG. Okay. Wow. Cuba only sucks because we blockade the shit. I mean, yeah, no, Cuba's doing amazing given the blockade and embargo. And without that, I mean, they've already shown how much they flourish if they're allowed to fucking trade with the world. I mean, Cuba was like the most obvious case of socialism fucking ruling we've ever seen. It was just so obvious that it fucking rocked. I mean, the other ones are like, you know, you can say whatever you want. I don't care. Revolutions are bloody, whatever. But, you know, the Cuban one was just like look at the quality of life by all relevant metrics after the revolution. Away the bays. Away the bays. Yeah. You seen read The Expanse? No, I bought the book, but I haven't read it. I bought it because of a dear chatter friend of mine told me to get it. I haven't read or seen most of the popular sci-fi stuff, sadly. I watched the original 3 Star Wars, but that's about it. I'm woefully underwatched. If I ever watch these books or read these books or watch these shows, people are going to be nuts. Curious what your take would be on the government times there. Ah, I see. Chris says my country was a part of the union I didn't live under, but my grandparents and grandparents' stories didn't sound like a good place to live. Yeah, you gotta understand, like, you know, with all due respect, you know, your family's opinions are worthless when we're analyzing, you know, the quality of life of a region, of a people's, right? You know, I believe that they had a bad time, especially if they were describing an era, either the formation or the dissolution, which were really rough times, according to academic record. But the system unequivocally, we could see the industrialization, the propping up of the proletariat with numbers, you know. So for me, like I measure it in how much to do. I mean, for most leftists, how much control does the proletariat have? What are the actual conditions that the workers live in? What's changing there? It's not so much what one or two or one area or something necessarily thought of it. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find any Ukrainian people at all that will tell you anything other than it's the worst thing ever. And they have good reason to it. They endured a famine that did not need to happen, right? We've talked about this. They've endured persecution in various means, right? I get it. I have my own understanding of what happened in all these regions, but what I don't see is I don't see anything other than a shift of power from the bourgeois to the proletariat on a scale we've never seen before, and lifting up so many people, giving them the ability to have the tools required to actually work and get pay and not be exploited in every step of the way. That's what I see when I study the Soviet Union, right? It's you don't get to just be like you could, but it'd be doing yourself a disservice to just look at it and be like, well, this was a bad era, a bad area. Like, just maybe don't be afraid to listen to some pushback to the idea that was anything other than evil, because I've been pretty blessed and surprised to learn about alternatives to capitalism myself. You haven't seen the Clone Wars? No, I haven't seen it. Either way. All right, let's do one more. Let's do one more Godot, and then I'm out of here. One last one. We'll do one more slug ship. This is for 100 million ISK. Okay. Good luck. And then I'm out of this bitch. So I'm gonna go slug. Join slug. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hangy. Yeah, I haven't read it, but I would certainly give you analysis. I talked about the Eve election. We had like kind of a SOCDEM. We had a kind of libertarian style, still liberal with capitalism. We had and then we had like a straight up like corporatist fascist. Pretty nuts. All right, this is for 100 million. I'm out of here. Good stream today. You know, if it was mean to you, understand. You know, it's Friday. I'm just gonna do whatever I feel. Good luck. Wow, frantic search did nothing wrong. Here we go. 100 million ISK. Where am I? Where the fuck am I? Here I am. I'm taking shots for Malk. Jesus Christ, Malk. Stop. Go away. I'm like gonna die hella fast. We need sound effects badly. We need a death. Oh, Jesus. That slug got evaporated. Oh my God. The ships are strong now, dude. Look at this guy hit me 4 times in a row. Yo, the ships are maybe OP. I can't tell. Oh, fuck. Dude, Franti, stop. Oh, fuck this shit. It needs to be unbanned in Legacy. It's in my entire personality. I'm just Snapcaster, man. Does Cole couldn't think much of anarchist socialism? Anarchist socialism. They're kind of, you know, sort of at odds in some important ways. I mean, if you're just asking about anarchism in general, I mean, anarchists, you know, they understand the exploitation of capitalism. You know, one's on the left. You can be an ANCAP, I guess, and be weird. That's not a real ideology. So they get a lot of solidarity and sympathy from leftists, Marxists, Leninists, everybody in between. But you know, it is an undeveloped ideology that, much like libertarianism, doesn't particularly interest or threaten me necessarily in that marketplace of political thoughts. But I think anarchy has cool ideas, and I think that they care about people a lot. Damn, Bauga. Hey, yo, is that Vawale? Yo, is that Vawale? Oh my God, Vawale just won. His name is pronounced Vawale, by the way. Baoghal. Slug OP, bro. 18 health. Yeah, next time we'll play on Monday or whatever, I'll have all 3 other guys done. Hold on. What's your name, buddy? Bauga. 100 mil ISK in the bag. I also gave it a skill inject. That was cool. Hey, yo, thanks for hanging out today. You know, even if our views don't line up, you can still hang on Fridays. Just, you know, you ask questions or speak with knowledge. You don't get opinions if you have done no research, is kind of what this comes down to today, folks. Okay. But for the rest of the week, you can talk shit. No worries. Interesting talks for show. Yeah, it was good. I recommend, as always, I recommend reading Michael Parenti's Black Shirts and Reds. It's a book, Black Shirts and Reds. And the reason I recommend this over like reading like, you know, Marxist theory is because this is just entertaining. This kind of sums up what the US is and what capitalism does, and pretty succinctly in few pages. So read that if you'd like it. Otherwise, you know, I'm around. You can hit me up. You can always challenge my ideas in DMs too if you're shy. But yeah. Appreciate you. It's fun tinkering on Godot. I bet you thought I wasn't going to make that game. Oh, I did. Oh, I did. Appreciate y'all. Everybody on YouTube, thanks for coming. Lucas, Bonaire, AH, Mr. Clay, Overpone, Shadow, goodbye. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, au revoir. Tschüss, bis später, bis bald, etc. You know what it is. Bye.